tracker.
You muted.
Oh no. You have everything. Oh no.
It already started with scum. Hi everyone, I muted everything from an accident.
Oh my gosh. Is my music at least in here? It is. Okay. Hello everyone. Sorry, I'm still trying to go on my tracker. I'm stupid.
Out of everything.
I always forget. I'm literally about to go live, and then the next thing I know, it's just like, oh, I forgot to turn that on. I'm stupid.
If you want to feel better about yourself, when I was doing the last few things before stream started, I noticed I spilled orange juice on myself. So I have just a giant wet stain on my sleeve now.
Oh no.
And I was already wondering why everything smelled so orangey. So that was the thing.
Yeah, that'll do it.
So that was great. So hi everyone.
So I think I need to turn you down. There we go.
Am I loud?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I had your volume turned up from another VC we were in a while back.
Oh, maybe because I was on phone?
Possibly. I don't know what it was. I just know you were like louder than everyone else. I had adjusted like everybody's volume in that VC that day because I was just like, everybody sounds different.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The little persnicketyness of like, I have to make sure everything's perfect kicked in.
Yeah,
but yeah,
when streaming, nothing's perfect. Everything is scuffed. Also, hi, Larkin.
Oh yeah.
And hi, Natalie's chat.
Hello. Yeah. Right now it's I see Babu got first. Hello. Thank you for getting first and welcome in.
Yeah. I'm gonna be sipping on this kind of energy drink. Yeah. If I need it.
Yeah. Also, my VTuber program is lagging like crazy, and I don't know why.
Oh, I thought it was Video Ninja.
No, it's lagging on my end too. I might need to turn down some settings. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Anyway, so what we're going to be doing today is just talking a lot. Like, I have a couple of topics. I reached out to Ezzy about a week ago, I think, and I've wanted to talk about the state of the VTuber industry, but also more specifically, I wanted to talk about VTuber lore and kind of where VTuber lore is today, because it's not yeah it's VTuber lore has been. We talked about this a little bit offline, and I've had my rambles, but I think it has hit. A lot of people say that it has hit, like, VTuber lore is dead, right?
Yeah, no, it's not that.
Yeah, I personally don't think that either. I think VTuber lore has just hit a point of stagnation. Like, there's nothing really creative happening with it. Like, you have outliers like Astraline who are trying to do something. You can tell they're setting up for something long term, but even they seem to be kind of faltering on it a little bit. I'm kind of
hot take.
I don't know what's.
It's not the fault of VTuber lore or the lack of being able to be unique or creative. It's definitely the VTubers themselves. Because there is so much that you can build up on. Like, some of the most interesting VTuber lore are based on these super simple concepts that are just worked out. But everyone always thinks that they need to go over and beyond and have something crazy as like a base concept to do even something remotely interesting. And that's where it's like falling apart.
Yeah, and So you're saying that, like, in order to improve it in any way, we just need a new concept of what VTuber lore is like, essentially.
I think people are forgetting the basics. Because if you go back to, let's say, Iron Mouse's original lore, a lot of that is still in VShojo Mythos. A lot of people are like, oh, VShojo Mythos is so cool. Merryweather Media made it, and it's so complicated and everything. A lot of it was already in her original lore from years ago.
Yeah.
But people don't see it as the same because it was made super simply.
So what would you say are the basics of VTuber lore then?
You need to write what you know, first of all, and also you can make a complicated story with a super easy to use base. Like if you look at Niji Sanji, like Luxia, most of them aren't like interesting lore wise, like as a base concept, but they still have really cool lore. Like Ike Evelyn, he is a novelist. He just got isekai to the present. On its own, it's like, but the way he approaches it, first of all, makes it more interesting. But he wrote it in a way that makes it interesting. And then you have Luca, who is a mafia boss, and then Mista was a detective. Like, it's super simple, but they built on top of it with their own imagination. You don't need to be like some cosmic deity that's like the goddess of... I'm not calling you out. I'm just having a few people
I call people out. Like, I constantly make the joke of like the 3,000-year-old cosmic space dragon.
Yeah. Like a lot of people think you need to be that to have interesting lore. I'm like,
yeah,
no, you're just building like walls around yourself.
Yeah, you're kind of limiting yourself in the long run, because that you're kind of writing yourself into a corner, because it's very much like you said, like you have to write what you know, even if you have more fantastical elements in your lore, it still needs to be based on something. However, counterpoint, I do think the murder mystery writing community would disagree with you. I hope they don't write what they know.
To be fair, a lot of them are very interested in murder like cases and probably listen to a lot of true crime podcasts. So in a way, they still write what they know because they are exposed to that medium.
Right.
So when you see people have more like basic fantasy-based concepts, and like they love Lord of the Rings and they play games like World of Warcraft, then it gets a lot easier to like have something that feels natural and is interesting to listen to. But if you just make something up because it sounds cool, but you aren't really exposed to something similar, it starts to get tricky, because then you can feel it's forced. Because on paper it sounds cool. I probably would have picked something similar. But knowing that I have to write lore about it, that's why I'm not a VTuber yet. I'm just stuck with trying to figure out what I want to be, because I want to be something that I can actually enact, that I can write about, something that is actually an extension of me, so I don't get stuck.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Also, hold on 1 second. I just realized I forgot something.
But that comes back to a stream, what was it, last week as you did, that you categorized all VTubers in this one list of categories. And I think out of all things, if you pick something that has existing lore, like myths, folklore, biblical, whatever, or just pick just a guy, they have such a more free base. Because either there's already existing storytelling that you can just build upon or take inspiration from, or you can just do literally anything you want and anything goes. Within certain... Yeah, well, there are still limits, because...
Yeah.
But if you are not exposed to stuff like that, or you don't have base knowledge of something, it's a lot harder to write something that's actually... I don't know, gripping.
Yeah. Well, and even then, that kind of brings up a good point too. Of, does all VTuber lore need to be a like continuous like story that you can invest in? Do you think that's a requirement?
No, absolutely not. Like, I get the question: do I need lore for my debut? All the time, and it's like,
really,
yeah. And my answer is like yes and no. First of all, if you just have a concept and you're just saying like, hey, I'm a cosmic space dragon, that's lore.
Okay, yeah.
That's lore. Like it's like super simple,
So
but people can kind of extrapolate from that. And like, no, you don't need a video. No, you don't need a fancy story. No, you don't need something to have written and it's on your card for everyone to read. You don't need that.
Yeah. Okay. So you're saying like any amount of kayfabe.
Yeah, just know what you
like
are.
Counts as lore. Okay.
Just know what you are. Like even if you're just a guy. I mean, there is someone from I think a Hololive. They're just a dog girl that works in a bakery. That's their lore. No.
Yeah. It's Crone, right?
Yeah. So did I say cat girl? I said dog girl, right?
Crone's a dog girl, yes.
Yeah, okay. I certainly couldn't remember what I said. But like, if you know what you are and you're secure in that, that's lore. And if you tell the people on your debut, that's lore. Lore doesn't have to be something super complicated or big or whatever. Just know what you are and be confident in it.
And for reference, I don't have I don't have a way to share it to both of us. I guess I could send you the text file and you could drag it in.
Mm-hmm.
But you brought up the types of VTubers classification that I came up with. Let me where did I put that?
And to expand on that answer, lore should be because you want to make it, not because you think it's necessary to have a successful debut. Because it is gonna be a time and money sink regardless. So if you're not into it, don't do it. Your viewers will know.
Yeah. I'll say there you go. You can just download that and just drag it in. So yeah, to explain who anybody hasn't seen it, yeah, I shrunk mine down too. I on a stream here recently, which I am going to do another stream here soon, where I'm gonna try to tweet out and try to get people to be like, post your PNG of like, VTubers, post your PNG, and I'll like rate it or like try to categorize it in one of these categories. And I'm going to use something like the tier list thing with all of these definitions to be like, okay, what category do you fit in? Let's start applying labels to people. We all love labels, right?
I think these are the only labels that are actually acceptable.
Yeah, and I feel like, and this is to clarify, as it says up at the top of it, it says like aesthetic theme, no lore. So it's not what your lore says about you. It is first glance impression.
Yeah.
Like, what do I see on your model? Like, Neanders is a good example here, right? Like, Neanders is supposedly like Nyarlathotep, some like millions-year-old eldritch being. But when you look at her model, you don't see that. You see goth cat girl, which puts her in land animals.
Even like, it's not even full goth. It's like pastel goth.
Well, I mean, it's goth.
That's fair enough. She's cute though. Her
hashtag
like...
all goths matter. But like, yeah, like Nanners, even though she is that like eldritch being that goes and consumes planets, like, nah, she's just cat girl, land animal. Like, what is it? Like, technically, I fit into myth, folklore, and religion.
Yeah, because you're a demon.
That's technically, I can't reveal that yet, but yeah, I go in myth, folklore, religion.
Oh, shut up.
You your VTuber concept that you, granted, you've said you've kind of you're not 100% feeling it, but that's
mostly that it's mostly the outfit. Like, it's the lore aspect of it doesn't really matter with the outfit. It's just that I kind of wanted to, as a the base design, to kind of make sense. But yeah, regardless, the current design that I have by Sakeki, it's still canon. It's still canon in a way.
Okay, so it's
the biggest change it would have is that there might be some slight color changes if it will ever be included in like a lore video or whatever. But baseline it's canon, because it doesn't really
Okay.
matter for the lore.
Right. Okay. Well, like, and even though, like, for what I remember of your model, you fall into just a guy.
Just the guy.
Yeah, he's just a guy.
Nothing else.
Which again, to clarify, I know it says like just a guy, and it's like, Natalie, I thought you were a gender abolitionist. I'm saying it like I'm not saying like they're just like a man. I'm saying it like, you know, they're just a little guy and it's their birthday. Like that's
Yeah.
that's what that category means. It's not that they're like a man. It's just like there's just a little guy.
Just a human
just
being.
Cutie. Just a cutie. Couldn't be me. I wouldn't fit in there.
No, someone in my chat was like, just a human being. Not even being, but being.
Bean. That would fall under food. Which I feel
Don't
like
eat humans.
Nope, you can't stop me.
Yeah, okay, because you're not human, so technically it's not cannibalism, so it's fine.
Hey, there we go. The lore's coming in. What is it? But I think the weird one that kind of sticks out here is food.
Yeah, for sure.
I put food there because there are quite a bit of food VTubers, but I can't, like, I wouldn't necessarily put food in inanimate objects.
No,
or like nature adjacent. I don't know. They don't really fit in any of the categories. That's why I was like, food's separate.
Like one of my friends is like bread themed, so he's literally bread. And if you would put him together with someone who is like, oh, I am like a tree that turned into a human or whatever, that doesn't feel the same. Would a chicken VTuber count as food?
No, that's land animal.
Yeah, that's land animal. As long as it's like alive and not prepped to be eaten. Literally, I thought he was mentally bred. Come on, Mifu. He's literally
mentally bred. What about seagulls and albatross? Yes, good question. I was literally about to bring that up. So technically, like flying animals, like you know, birds, phoenixes, bats,
they're technically land animals.
Yeah, like it's pretty much just, do they live on or above the land, or do they live on or below the sea? That is kind of the split there. So it's not necessarily like, when I say animals, it's not mammals specifically. It's just it's just split between land and sea. And then anything outside of that, like aliens, that goes into extraterrestrial cryptids. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's extraterrestrial cryptids. And then terrestrial cryptids is a really narrow category where not a lot of things fall in.
Bro, I just want a Bigfoot VTuber.
Kind of there. Yeah, that would fall under terrestrial cryptid.
Yeah.
What else? There's actually, I talked about this person on my stream the other day. There's this VTuber named Cryptid Cuddler, who I have taken notice of because she is what my original VTuber concept was. I was going for like a cryptid, right? And I even considered something like a jackalope, but I was just like, I live in an area that doesn't subscribe to that. And I was like, well, if I go for a cryptid in my area, all I have is like a big alligator guy.
Isn't cynical a jackalope?
I don't know. It's actually, there's like there's a couple of times that people in my chat the other day brought up, like, what about this person? And I was like, oh, they're this. And somebody would pipe up in chat like, no, they're not. And then I would go look and I'm like, oh yeah, I was way off. Because I thought, who was it? There was somebody that I thought was something like completely different. And someone's like, no, they're like a dragon. And I go look and I'm like, or cosmic dragon. And I was like, oh, right.
Oh, Vienna.
Yeah, Vienna. Yeah. I can't remember what I thought Vienna was. I thought Vienna was aquatic in some way. I don't know why I thought that.
Okay, but well, dragon is like a lizard, and a lot of lizards live in the water, so it's whatever.
Well, yeah, but lizards also live in the lake. Oh yeah. Oh, lizards kind of like throw this whole thing off, don't they?
Depends on what kind of lizard they are.
I think
like
if you split it. I think I have to redo the definition. Is the aquatic is the base, and if they're capable of living on land, then they're land.
It's like where they're meant to live the majority of their life.
Right. But amphibians, I just thought about it. Amphibians also put a hole in that.
Okay, but amphibians live in or around water, mostly.
Okay. So I would put those aquatic. All right.
Yeah, I think that's also like it's not just whether they live in the water. But if
it feels a little weird putting a frog and a shark in the same category, but it technically makes sense.
Yeah, like if they're meant to live in or from the water and like around it, I think that also counts because yeah. Because I feel like both turtles and tortoises would count as aquatic, even though a tortoise like walks and lives on land, but it still needs water. It's kind of dependent on it, and it lives like kind of around it.
But I just thought of something else. Red Claw fits in 2 categories.
What's Red Claw?
Red Claw is a dinosaur, but he also has like just a guy model that's like themed, like his clothes and everything are like themed very much like after his dinosaur model. So he's kind of split. Also, do dinosaurs go in land animals or aquatic animals based on their?
Well, it just depends on what kind of dinosaur they are.
I guess they wouldn't be cryptid, so yeah. I guess
why is a dinosaur cryptid?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it would be a cryptid. That's kind of what I was getting at. Also, think of it the shark.
Because
I have a shark on my head now. I don't know if you can see that.
Like they're animals. They might be extinct, but dodos are also extinct, and there are people that are dodo VTubers.
True. Yeah, it's true.
I'm getting nauseous from this. Orange juice smell.
Everybody says like, "Oh, this hurts my head," and I'm like, "It makes sense to me." I don't.
That's not my problem. It's just that I have this very distinct orange juice smell currently.
Oh yeah.
Like it's kind of bad. Wait.
Do you need to go like change?
No, I was looking for a different hoodie, but I couldn't find one, and I was like, well, whatever. I'll deal with it.
Fair enough.
Turn on my candle.
But yeah, and then like the last category is like the weird one, which is just abstract.
Yeah.
And lore wise, a lot of things fall under this, but thematically, not a lot. Yeah, it's actually kind of a really, really narrow category because 90% of the time, anybody who might fit in the abstract category goes into the rest of them.
It is basically
concepts.
Like VTubers I love. Like he's a crab, but also not.
So yeah, Vil falls into abstract, in my opinion. Even though I've heard several arguments in the other direction that like no, he goes into aquatic animals. Yeah, but he is a crab in like shape and visage only. Like, but
yeah, and the cuteness is not art style. That is part of the concept.
Yeah, but like then again. Oh, sorry.
If you would draw him as an accurate crab, it would be incorrect.
Right. But
if you would draw you realistically, it would still be conceptually accurate, just a different art style. But for Phil, that doesn't go.
So, Steele just brought up the point that I was gonna say. Like, it's based purely on, again, at a glance. Like, we know he's like a squishy little cartoon crab chilling in paradise, but to like the passerby just glancing at him, he's just a crab. And given the variety of art styles with VTubers, they don't know that he's just a cartoon. So actually, that would put him in aquatic animals just by view.
Yeah, you would need to put in how much surface level knowledge are you allowed to know to categorize them. Because if it's first glance, a lot of them would go in different categories, but if you know like the basic concept, then it would already change. If you actually know the lore, it would change again.
Yeah.
But we
So-
got kind of sidetracked because we were talking about
We
lore.
did. I mean, we like this was what we discussed in
Yeah.
the beginning. Like we were never going to stay on topic. This was not going to happen.
That
We
was
know
not gonna
ourselves. That's actually I will DM leak here. This is actually me and Ezzy were talking about like I want Ezzy to come on Dreamlog. Right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to clear my throat. But we know that this is a long-winded conversation that is going to send us in spiraling in several directions, and there is no possible way we can talk about this in the span of an hour and a half.
No.
So we are doing this to get this part out of our system so we can do the Dreamlog episode like normal, well-adjusted human beings, or demons, or just people, well-adjusted people.
Also, speaking of adjusting, you made yourself small, and then now you're big again. Like, what the hell's happening?
Oh, I can change my camera angle
Okay.
at a
Okay.
whim. What, did you readjust yours to fit me?
Yeah, because you went
so
small suddenly, and I was like, okay, she's gonna
didn't-
stay that way.
I'm sorry, I didn't think about that. I was trying to get my model out of the way so I could show the.
No, okay.
Well, I figured you'd do the same thing too. If you put that text list up on the screen, it would. I just put it beside my model. That's why I shrunk it down and
Oh,
pulled it
yeah,
to the right.
like that was perfect. But now I just put you back in the middle, and whatever you change right now, it doesn't really matter. But you went small and slightly to the side, so that was like what I was worried about. But then it's fine.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Sometimes I just grow and shrink. It happens. You know.
Yeah, but now you're at least in the middle again, so that's good.
I can be over here if you want me to.
What?
That only works on my stream, but.
I don't even know what you did. I need to wait for the. Oh, I'm so behind on your stream. What the hell?
Nat has a size complex. I don't have a size
yeah.
complex. It's my chat that has a size complex about me because y'all are convinced that I'm small and I'm not. I don't know what to tell you. I hit my head on doorways. Like I.
Oh yeah, IRL. She is so tall.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Ezzy has definitely met me IRL.
I've seen you on someone's stream in the background.
Yeah. You probably saw me on Evans.
Yeah. And like, if Evan says that he is tall enough, then Natalie would almost go in the category of too tall.
Yeah, I'm too tall. Yeah. Also, sorry, I have to do maintenance real quick.
That's fine.
Bobby, thank you for the dream energy. Thank you.
I'm trying.
I see that actually right there. I can drag back to the topic.
Nice.
Also, Steele, what the fuck are you talking? Yeah, I'm leaving that alone. Yeah, see, there goes someone saying Nat short. I'm not short. I wish I was short. Now you're making me drown myself.
So
Nat
like,
is perfect
chat,
the way she is.
I'm 5'9", and I'm convinced that if I would stand next to Natalie, that she would be able to rest her arm on my head.
Wait, you're 5'9"?
Yeah. I don't
That's
know.
taller than I expected.
I'm Dutch.
True.
It's in my genes.
Okay, yeah.
I'm like small here.
Okay, like you're not that much. You're not that much shorter than me. I couldn't like put my arm on your head. Like, okay, fair enough. I am 7 foot tall, chat. My back hurts a lot.
Yeah, we will toss Babu when we see her.
Yes,
We
yes,
can
Babu is
and
very
we will.
possible. I don't have small energy either. I'm too chill for that.
Why is
I
my
know I
chat
call
suddenly
myself a
calling me
gremlin.
short?
I don't. They're just doing what they want.
How am I short? What the what? It's like it is quite obvious that I was born female, assigned female at birth, and the average of that worldwide is like 160 something centimeters, and for a man it's 175 centimeters worldwide average. I am exactly that. So for men, I am average. And for my gene pool, I'm tall, averagely speaking. For the Netherlands, I'm also kind of tall, but also I feel small because everyone is like a head taller. And Mifu has nothing to say about tallness. I swear to God, my guy.
Is Mifu short?
Yeah.
Are you small?
I met him last year. It was.
Is he possible?
No, not quite.
Okay. For the record, it does seem like I pick people randomly out of that. I consider anything under like 5'3" tossable. Now most people would think like under 5 foot, but I think like 5'3" is the cutoff because like you can still toss them, probably not very far, but still. I watched somebody toss Liz at TwitchCon. That was fun.
Okay, that's fun.
Like yeah, Davey just kind of was just like, oh, I heard it's time to toss. It's toss short people day. Just walked up and just picked up Liz and
just picked her up. Okay, that's crazy.
Yeah. Bad AI. Yeah. Well, it was Damie's analog. It wasn't Damie. But yeah, what was it? But we were talking about kayfabe. Sorry, we got distracted by the short thing. This I grab some popcorn and water and sit down. You are in for just hours of this.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Chad, you have to understand. This is what happens when you put two neurodivergent people in the same room with them attempting to have a conversation about a topic that they decided to have themselves.
Yeah.
That's like the whole thing.
That's true. So like, you're talking about okay. Steele brought up earlier that like some people, most VTubers will do lore. Most of the VTubers who do lore don't really carry that through their actual streams. And this was something I talked about the other day too. Like you, a lot of people will just show their lore video, and then the lore video will end, and they'll do their little like, I'm so nervous, chat. Like they'll just do that, and then it never comes up again.
Yeah, I think I said it in my video about Quinn Bennett's lore. Is something I see very often is that obviously VTubers are playing a character, even if their model is just a guy and basically just them IRL, but just a VTuber model.
Right.
They're still playing a character. And obviously that lore video or whatever lore they're making has that character as the main character. What I often see is that even though they're technically the same character, they're not. Like, obviously there can be a disconnect because of like how someone's personality is, and they like, I am the god of the underworld.
Yeah. I like. But I am a celestial goddess of time, and I had space, and I own the sun. Today's sponsor is Insert Gamer Juice. Let's play Valorant, chat. Oh my god.
Yeah,
that's
or they're
so
trying
true.
Are they playing Minecraft or something, and they're just yelling at the screen because they just cannot figure it out how to place a block, right? But they're supposedly the empress of the universe.
Yeah.
And like, there's in theory nothing wrong with that. But if you're making lore, consider the fact that that lore can be people's introduction to you. Whether you're debuting for the very first time, and that's the first thing that's shown to people, or they just find it on YouTube, find the lore interesting, and check out your stream. If there's too much disconnect, that is not just like played out, like, oh, this obviously disconnect for humor reasons, like for comedic reasons, or for obvious reasons because of the type of story you're telling, then it can be off-putting. So
weird aside, but I feel like it catches up in this. So in game development, there is a term called ludonarrative dissonance. And it's basically describes when your gameplay and your story become way too detached, and people like it sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
Like it can throw you off because you're just sitting there like imagine if you were playing the new Final Fantasy VII game.
Mm-hmm.
Or like Final Fantasy VII like remake. You're playing through this game and you see all this story happening. It's like these like arbiters of the timeline are coming to attack us to make sure like funnel us into the right path. And it's like, all right, here's your next round of solitaire. Like,
Yeah.
what?
I have that with World of Warcraft, but with World of Warcraft, I just love the game on its own, so it doesn't really matter for me.
Right.
But it just feels really weird because for a few expansions in a row, you were like the champion of Azeroth, the savior of the world and everything. Oh, can you fetch like 5 apples for me?
Yeah.
In the same sentence. And I'm like, what? And like
champion of Azeroth, I require apples. Please go find me 5 of them.
Or
I need them for a stew.
Like they also at the start, or like there's somewhere at like where 2 expansions would like meet, where the last one ended and the next one starts, like at the transition period. But like the last raid boss of Legion just was like a titan, and they just stuck their sword into the planet. So it was like a giant ass sword just in the middle of the planet. And it also was revealed that the planet was basically an egg for a new titan. So they're obviously hurt. And then you're there investigating, and you need to figure out how much damage was done, and all the energy seeping out was attracting different factions and creatures and whatnot, and you had to keep the wound safe. And then one of the quests was like, hey, we lost this guy. The last time we saw him, he was on the toilet. And then you have to find like that outhouse in the middle of a desert, surrounded by all kinds of creatures that are trying to kill you, and you have to hand them toilet paper. And in that context, it was kind of funny. But it happens a bit too often that it's kind of like, if I'm like the strongest person on this planet, why don't I have like a personal assistant to do that shit for me?
Yeah.
Like there are like 15 guards around. One of them should have time, right? Because I'm fighting. I'm not getting help. I'm fighting everything around here by myself. And then I think that's also why I couldn't stay focused on Genshin, because I want to know the cool lore, but I'm just running around doing errands and meeting people that are just being obnoxious. And like there is story, but it's just not progressing. It's kind of like a side thing for a long time. So I couldn't continue. And,
yeah.
But in God of War, obviously there were side quests, which are completely skippable, but still feel kind of relevant. And there's character development in them. Like maybe there's not story development, there's very strong character development. So I just do all quests and I find them cool and interesting. I don't know. There's a way to do it. Why are you moving me around? I'm scared.
I'm switching us because I realized there is a problem with how we were set up. Basically, when we were looking at each other while the other person was talking on your stream, I was looking over towards your chat, and on my stream, you were looking over towards the chat. So we weren't like looking at each other when we were talking. So I was like, okay, we know we just need to be on the same side.
Oh, this is actually funny. I did not realize that because I was looking at my second screen. I did look at you.
Yeah, like because I realized like I glanced over at your stream and I realized I'm just looking off. Like every time you talk, I'm like that doesn't look right on your end.
No, it doesn't.
Also, no, I need to. I'll talk and move all of this stuff.
Yeah.
But
I just saw something move in my. I just saw something move in my eye corner, and I was like, "Who?"
Wait a minute. But yeah, it makes me think like there's got to be. I wonder if there's an equivalent. Like we don't have a term for ludonarrative dissonance, but I feel like we should, because it kind of matches.
Yeah.
Like it's like ludonarrative dissonance, but for VTubers and lore.
Something Kamito said, which was earlier, but it kind of hooks in on what we're currently talking about. But what if they include the I'm a Screamer skit on the lore? Which a lot of people do. Like, chat, I want to do like a VTuber lore watch party at some point with a bingo card. And just write down all the things that are just happening a lot of times. So we could just watch a lot of VTuber lore and do bingo card. That's the only way I can go through all of the smaller indie stuff, right? And the one thing is...
bingo card.
And one thing that would definitely be on there, and it's probably gonna be the middle thing, is like, oh, I was this and I was outcast and I found out what a VTuber or what a streamer is. Because there's like two ways people do that. Some people figure out what a VTuber is and become a VTuber with a model that looks just like them. And others are pretending that they are streaming with quote-unquote camera on, but the VTuber model is the camera. It's like there's two ways to go about it, and neither is better or the other, but it's definitely a thing, which does help with that dissonance.
Yeah.
But for some cases, it creates a bigger dissonance, if anything.
Yeah, well, I feel like the former of those two examples would cause more dissonance because it's like, oh, this VTuber is now streaming with a VTuber mod. It's like, wait a minute, that's too meta.
No, but they are not pretending to already be a VTuber. They are pretending like, oh, I'm the celestial goddess of the second son of Saturn or whatever. And they figure out what VTubing is and just get an anime model of themselves.
Okay, I see what you
and
what you
others
mean. So,
are saying like, oh, I am that. And what you're looking at is just a camera footage of me. So you're seeing the IRL version of me, right? That's like the one way they would go.
See, I think that's what Mousy did. That's what she went for. Because in her lore, like you see her streaming in her lore, but it's just like her with a camera. It's not really a registering.
Yeah.
Although it's not specific, so it could very well be either one.
Yeah, so like that one is kept vague. Like that she just became a streamer, which I personally like the best.
Yeah. Don't specify.
Yeah, because then it's just up in the air, and then because with certain things, if you detail too much, then people are gonna ask questions. And with VTubers, don't ask too many questions. It's just for the best.
So like,
but neither is like wrong or right? That's like the thing. It's not wrong or right.
Right. So we tangented again. One of the things I was going to bring up is talking about how some people will just show off their lore video and then never reference it again. And
yeah, that's such a waste.
One thing which I have seen the argument that nobody follows their nobody fully dives into the kayfabe for long periods of time. They might do it for short periods, like their streams, or like a couple of like event streams, say like what Vox did after his short film. Like he stayed in kayfabe for like several streams and then fell out for other reasons that we're not going to discuss today. But well,
technically he hasn't completely fallen out. Like he went all the way, of course, and it mellowed out a bit. But he is like still very much in kayfabe. And he always kind of was, to like a degree. Like I think it was more of a casual kayfabe. Also, for people that don't understand what kayfabe is, it's just like just playing the character. Just that's like the easiest explanation. To like you're just
the term got popularized. Yeah, the term got popularized in the wrestling scene, where you have wrestlers doing these like stories. I'm sorry to break it to anybody who doesn't know. Wrestling isn't real. I'm so sorry.
Your VTuber is also not real.
There's a couple of stragglers out there. I know there's a couple of stragglers that are just like, wait. What? You mean The Rock isn't cooking anything? No, he's not. Like, and what's his like? Roman Reigns is not your tribal chief. I'm so sorry. He was probably born in Maine or something. I don't know, but like, that's kind of where it came from. It's just like they're staying in the kayfabe. It's not necessarily that they are playing characters and they're like acting in character. It's they are staying in character for long periods of time, even outside of their stage, which for them is their ring. Like they continue that kayfabe outside of it, even though like they just kind of live that character, not all the time.
It's kind of like method acting,
comes,
but with a different flavor to it.
Yeah, that is kind of but now I don't think the method acting carries over to VTubers. That part doesn't really carry over because I'm not feeding off of people's dream energy. I don't think.
You have a redeem.
I do have a redeem, which is part of why I wanted to bring that up. Was I think there are two types of continuous kayfabe you see. Also, thank you for the dream energy. Thank you. I'm definitely going to need it soon. So, you have some people who do partial kayfabe, which is kind of what you were talking about, like what Vox fell into. Like, he hasn't completely fallen out of the kayfabe, but he's not just like, oh yeah, I'm just a guy sitting in a chair and I just show off my model. Like, it's a cool model, but I'm just sitting here. Like, he doesn't really do that. And also, how's my box impression?
It's fine. It's not British enough.
I was about to do something. I'm not doing it. I was just like, what does Cockney Vox sound like? I'm not trying that. So most people do fall into blended kayfabe. Like, there are the occasional the Mary is better. Oh my gosh. I'm not doing it, chat.
If you do it again, I'll clip it and send it to him personally.
Please don't. Okay. The Mary impression is now banned. We're not doing that again anymore. Bug for me. Anyway, that was so bad. Do not clip that. I half-assed that one.
It was kind of good though. Because
was it? Oh no.
Because okay, so it's not really an impression of Mary, but it's Mary when he's trying to do like a deeper voice.
Oh yeah.
Like, you kind of nailed that. Still not British enough. He is not British, but it still was not British enough.
Yeah, his is like combination of like British and Danish.
Yeah.
And also like two other things that an American. Like, there's definitely Americanisms in his like speech pattern. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, that's not relevant.
He's very difficult to imitate.
Well, just do a Stewie Griffin imitation.
That's not even in the same realm though.
Well, a lot of people say that he sounds like Stewie Griffin, and a lot of people are saying that Astarion from Baldur's Gate sounds like Stewie Griffin. So by extent, that would mean that Astarion from Baldur's Gate would sounds like Mary.
I'm trying to remember how Stewie Griffin sounds.
Like a little shit. I don't know.
Brian. I can't do it. I haven't watched Family Guy in like 10 years, so I don't have that in my voice bank anymore. But anyway, a lot of people tend to stay in blended kayfabe where they're not acting like the character 100% of the time, but they have various aspects of their streams of what they do on a daily basis that they do stay in character, very much like when you guys feed me dream energy or call me cute. It's not real. So it's just part of the character, right? Like, I'm not cute, but you guys seem to think I am. So you're also kind of feeding into the character. Why are you doing this? What have I done? Did I do anything to...
Isn't denial one of the like 5 stages of grief?
Sorry, what'd you say? I was passed out.
Denial is one of the 5 stages of grief, right?
No, that's a river in Egypt. This punk tried to lie. I don't know. I'm not lying.
She's just in denial. She'll get there eventually. I think Mary, in that regard, is also a good example because he is a dog that's also the king of like a fictional world.
Yeah.
And
The
most
kingdom of stories. Yeah.
most what he does is just barking
Yeah. Yeah.
and being upset when people draw him with 4 ears.
What was it?
But in
No,
that regard, that's where something I said earlier kind of comes back in. The Mary in his lore is the same Mary as he is on stream, because the character Mary in the lore is just him.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't have to play anything. And like, obviously it's dramatized, but it's still him.
Yeah. There was a stint where it was a lot of not him, like the femboy and the uncle and
Yeah, but those are parts of him.
the Ike. Yeah, those were like supposedly like dream versions of him or something, like it's like subconscious or something like that. And
yeah, it's like it's as if you have like different infinity stones, and like infinity stones might not be the best part.
That's what I say. I'm very curious where this is going.
Okay, but like, we all know that if you have like the infinity stones, they have like their unique qualities, but if you put them together, they create a new power, which is like
Right.
just a combination of the old ones. That was that like parts of him. Like, Uncle was just the part that realized that he could make a lot of money with what he did. Then he had Ikemari, who was like the writing purist part of him, where he just wanted to write what's good. And then you had Femboy Mary, who just wanted to have like a lot of fun. And it's like, who cares what you write? You're a good writer. People like it. You can make money with it. Like, what's the big deal? Let's just have fun. Like, the more, I don't want to say childish, because that's looking down upon him. But more
Right.
of a loser version of him.
Well,
Because
actually,
I also
I would say you're on the money with childish, because it's
my
like,
music stopped.
you
Oh
know,
my God.
it's sort of the inner child, as it were.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily that he's like a child. It's like everybody has that inner child. Some people
Yeah, but also
stamp it out, but
didn't
yeah.
want to say childish, because out of all of his models, that was so loud. Thank you for the follow, Caprius Collector.
Oh.
I got spooked by that. Good to know that works. But I didn't want to say childish, because out of all of his models, the way he acted was definitely the most lewd with the fanboy model. And like, he still kind of does it, but that's because his current form is all of them be put together again. Like, his full thing. Like, he can be lewd, but he can also be dumb, right? But also just really into the writing thing. But those are just like parts of him that now blend together, so nothing is extreme. But the amount of times that we had like a thigh cam was definitely higher when he was using the femboy model. So that's why I don't want to say childish.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, why is that still the fuck? Oh, apparently my other alerts were still going off. I still heard them. That's not good.
Speaking of Mary.
What do you mean by childish? He's like acting more juvenile and free. Definitely not mature, right? Not serious and like down to earth, but more like, you know, this song that goes like, we're young, wild, and free? Kind of like that energy a bit more.
Kesha?
I don't know. It's a good lyric. Young, wild, and free.
Yeah.
Like, just the energy from that. That's what he kind of embodied in the fanboy model, which he also unleashed more when he was using that model. And that isn't just because of him acting, but also what he feels more comfortable doing using those models. And he is like touched upon that like a little bit on some streams. And when he got his current model, it felt most like him. And not just lore-wise, but like just out of character as well. Like it felt more like him because it matches him IRL a bit more and like his age, and also because it's all of his aspects blended together as a whole person again. And
Yeah.
I said like words. Fuck.
Words are hard.
Words are hard. So hard. I swear to God. But
which is so contradictory because we can put out so many of them.
Yeah, but if I have to think about them and have to like put them into sentences and actually make sense, that's kind of a big deal. But yeah, all of that, what he does on stream with those models correspond to the characters in the lore, which also happens with Quinn Bennett's lore. Like I joked in the video, he's not calling people stupid often enough to really be one-on-one, but
yeah,
from all of the content I've seen, it's just his personality. It's just him with a quote-unquote F-tier superhero backstory.
F-tier? Oh my God.
That's what he called himself. But
fair
that's
enough.
what more people should do. Like, you can be the celestial goddess of the seventh son of the moon. Son of the moon. I don't even care.
Yeah.
It gets the point across. Bitch, you can be that. But the same personality as you are. And like obviously people have like this quote unquote streamer mode, so you can put up some kind of different personality. Like there are a lot of people that are super lewd on stream and probably asexual. So they don't even touch any of those subjects with a 10-foot pole when they're offline. So you can put up some sort of like addition, but the base thing, if it's just you, it's a lot easier to like full kayfabe. It's a lot easier to write the lore because you're writing yourself what you would do in those circumstances, albeit fantasy circumstances. So there is like room for discrepancies. But if you're gonna write someone that's super serious and evil, and then you're gonna play a game where you have to like kill a dog and you start crying, there's gonna be some disconnect to it. But to be fair,
yeah.
if it's to that point, it's comedic.
Yeah. And then there's like adding on to that though, that like you have like the blended kayfabe, which using myself as a reference, I am doing blended kayfabe.
Yeah.
In not only lore wise, but character wise. Like, yes, I am fairly real on my stream. Like I'm not sitting here like I'm just a human in a chair. Like I do reference myself as like, you know, your favorite galactic dream demon. I talk about, you know, like gathering dream energy for some mysterious purpose of which I have not been very forthcoming about.
I think we'll figure out some of that later this month. Just a few weeks.
Yeah.
Wink,
maybe.
wink, chat.
I mean, who knows? Who knows, right? I'm pointing at something absolutely not on your screen, but it's on mine. But like, what was it?
Blended kayfabe. What you were doing?
Yeah, my brain just shut off for a hot second.
Yeah, that's fine.
So most people fall into that category. Some people don't do kayfabe at all, and then you have the full kayfabe. Some people, it's very obvious, especially with your more fantastical like characters. And some people, you don't know they're in character. Some people are like very good at, especially the voice actors who tend to come on streams.
Oh, voice actors
and
and VTubers. Yeah, those are the best.
Yeah. Those some of them are able to stay so far in kayfabe. Again, an example I brought up before. He will block me and never talk to me again after I say this, but Red Claw.
Well, he's not gonna see
it to you. I hate to break it to you. I don't know. He finds some shit sometimes. But yeah, Red Claw, I mean, yeah, he's not a dinosaur, obviously, but when he's in like his more humanoid form, he doesn't break character. Papa Mutt is another pretty good example. he stays fully in character, and they're not like that off stream. Like, and again, that's why I say like Red Claw is gonna block me as soon as he hears me say this. Like,
You
yeah,
outed
Red Claw
him.
doesn't. Yeah, Red Claw doesn't sound like that off stream. I hate to break it to you.
I don't even know what he sounds like. I'm so bad at voices and faces and
He has
names.
this like really deep, like growly voice that he talks in the whole time while he's on stream.
Okay, to be fair, a
Like-
lot of VTubers do that, put on a different voice.
Yeah, it's fair.
But it's actually quite funny how actually most of the anime girls with the high voices are not putting on a voice.
No, they're not. No, they
Like
actually
they
sound
they
like that.
can use a normal voice, but it actually strains their voice. Like they can
Yeah.
sound like an actual adult.
Yeah, and it's so funny because you'll have the more high pitched ones that like their voice is like super up high, like naturally. And the people are like, "What's your voice, real voice?" And they're like, "Oh, this is my real voice." And they're like people are just like, "Ha ha, I found it!" And it's like, "Oh, the mommy voice is the real," but no, it's not. Like they are pushing the hell out of themselves to do that.
Oh yeah, and you
Um,
can tell because they suddenly start talking a lot slower.
I have a friend, I have an IRL friend who is actually also considering becoming a VTuber. She's been watching my stuff and going like,
Mhm.
"Oh." She is currently drawing and learning to rig her own VTuber model.
that's
she's
kinda
trying
cool.
she's trying to learn literally everything herself from scratch. And I'm just like, yay, I love this. I'm trying to clap. I'm too far away from my keyboard. But I am a cat. I meow on stream, whether it's on purpose or accident, I won't say. It's fair. But she is considering being a VTuber, but her voice is also one of those like way up there pitches.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people think that she's like intentionally putting on a voice. Like when we first met her, like some of our other friends were just like, I think she's just trying to like put on
No.
some kind of front. And I'm like, no,
No.
I've
Nope.
I've stayed in the voice acting realm long enough to know she is not forcing that. That is just what she sounds like.
Yeah.
And she can't talk in a quote unquote normal voice for longer than like 15 seconds before she starts choking.
Yeah.
Like, she's not capable of it.
Who's your
Who's
friend?
your
Let
friend?
me follow.
her.
She's listed in my title. Is she not? Yeah, she is.
Are you talking about me or are you talking about no? Kamido knows who I am. You're talking about my friend, my IRL friend.
Oh.
She does not have a channel yet. She is not ready. It's probably we're probably not going to see her for another year or so.
That's fine. But yeah, like a good
Yeah.
example is, I think a lot of people here know Lopi.
Yeah.
She sounds exactly like that offline. Like, obviously,
yeah.
her cadence is a bit slower and, like, she relaxes a little bit. But I can
She's
tell
talking
you.
about limit all the time while she's outside of the stream. Whatever, except when she has coffee. She has too much Red Bull or too much energy drink, so she'll start talking like this outside. But most of the time, she's
Yeah,
just
but
pretty
what I
chill and
notice
talks
as
slow.
well with myself, like, I try to be conscious and, like, trying to drop my voice and train at that. But if I'm excited, I naturally go into a more higher pitched voice. But if I'm just I'm just chatting with people, I talk slower and I talk a bit deeper. But yeah, that's like, if you're a streamer mode, it's natural that your voice goes a bit higher because there's a little bit more energy over there.
Yeah.
But most people sound almost exactly the same.
I wouldn't necessarily file that under kayfabe though.
This is not cave. No, it's not kayfabe. It's like
Okay.
it was just
I just wanted to clarify because of the topic we're on.
Yeah, no, it was from what I said. Like a lot of people that have like voices, most of them are not put on.
Yeah.
Like if you're watching a voice actor, you can tell when they're doing a voice. There's like a
Yeah.
certain quality to it. And if you're not used to it or you don't watch a lot of anime dubs or whatever, then you probably cannot hear it. But I swear to God, every time I'm just having a conversation with EXO, he just slips into different voices.
He does.
But even without knowing what his base voice is, you can tell. Just because of like the quality of the voice he slipped into.
Yeah.
But
He does that IRL, by the way.
But yeah, I can understand that. If I was able to do voice acting stuff, I probably would do that as well. Mostly as like a vocal stim.
I again, I don't want to speak for EXO. I'll drink something in a minute. Like, I'm sorry. I'm spitting. Just bear with me. There we go.
Yeah, that's fine.
I like I don't want to like speak for EXO, but having like hung out with him at TwitchCon in Vegas and everything, I don't think he knows he's doing it half the time.
Oh no, he doesn't. But sometimes
Like
he just
he'll slip into a voice and he's just like, why did I do that anyway? Like
sometimes I'm in a voice chat with him, and then he just slips into wildly different voices, and I just think somebody else joined and I didn't notice, and there's two different people talking.
yeah.
And
he jumps into such wildly different voices too. Like he has his normal voice, which isn't like super far off from my like streamer voice. But then he has, oh my gosh, I'm gonna butcher this. Like
He has that deep voice he'll drop into, especially when he talks Japanese,
Yeah.
or like,
or occasionally he'll slip into this really high like he will just go
Yeah.
all over the place. So you're like, I don't know what this guy sounds like anymore.
yeah. And for him, it actually
yeah.
fits with his feature lore because he has like
True, yeah.
5 different versions. And all of his voices that he just naturally slip into are like very adjacent to one of the voices he picked for every single one of them.
Yeah.
So for people that don't know EXO, he has like a base model with like 5 different like hairstyles and slightly different faces. And they're different variants of the same character basically, but they all have their own name, but they're like multi-dimensional. Like his full name is EXO Verse for a reason.
Yeah.
And it's really cool.
But
but that
topic.
that comes back in
Hard.
what I say, like, right lore that fits you as a person. Like, EXO naturally does that, like, slipping into different personalities, slipping into different voices because he's a voice actor. So his lore being something that easily connects to that makes it, first of all, a lot more believable, easier to do the kayfabe, but also if he's just being himself, it still feels like it's a character that he's playing.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of some other examples of people who are just constantly in a character. Would Amelie fall under that? The VTuber with many names?
I think
Leah, what is it? Leon Lai,
Leon Lai,
Amelie,
yeah.
and everybody just calls her Monarch too. It's like
technically her
Oh,
VTuber
yeah.
is Monarch. That's her VTuber name, but she also just goes by her actual name and stuff. Because she uses her channels for all of it. But yeah, I kind of think, because she likes playing like that character just casually as well. Like she just does that. And I think it might also be like a voice actor thingy again. Because Sayu does the same. That people just naturally like to slip into different roles.
Yeah. Is that the one who pronounced I don't even remember which was which. I didn't watch that show, so I don't want to butcher it and get clipped.
Oh yeah, no.
But
it's
that was that clip that was
that
was the clip that was going around that she like said
Shiego.
Yeah, she said Shiego, and somebody like snitched aside, and he went over. He's just like, a little bird told me. It's like, who snitched? Like that doesn't matter. How do you pronounce it? She said Shiego. There's no I. Like
I like.
It's funny as hell.
If she said Shiego, not Shiego, then it would have been half understandable, right? Like it would just be a different pronunciation of a word. But she added the I.
Yeah. Just came out of nowhere. It's like, does she go where? It doesn't make sense. That's not still on her name. Thank you for the shark. Isn't
like the whole thing of like Shigo and like her siblings or something that they're all end in like go or something?
I don't.
Now I'm curious.
I didn't watch that show. Or many other shows.
Let's see.
I'm slowly becoming media illiterate.
Yeah.
I don't.
They're called Team Go.
A lot of stuff.
They're superheroes apparently. She's not a hero. Okay, so you'll have he go, she go, me go, we go.
Nat says heck Kim Possible. I didn't even know what show it was from.
Yeah, it's from Kim Possible. So Wego are the twins. Migo is constantly concerned with himself. Shigo is the only female, and Higo is the most masculine. I feel like they just made up the names and created the characters based on that.
Yeah, like that was their like internal working names, and then they just got to the end of it and were like, yeah, all right.
I also wonder, did they create the Shigo character before they thought about her siblings? And then realized, oh, if she's called Shigo, then we can just use as she, as in her. I don't know. Go watch Kim Possible if you have not.
Yeah, she says time to create a VTuber called Ego. Where are you going? Or Igo, where are you going?
Ego as their last name? No, it's not their last name. It's just part of their first name.
You already have bad taste in movies. That is a conversation for later, Fred.
At least you have a taste in movies. I don't watch enough movies to have a taste.
Fair enough. I go to your house to call you cute. You'll come to my house. You'll come inside of my house. You'll rearrange my furniture and you'll call me cute. What is wrong with you?
Don't rearrange people's furniture. That's kind of rude.
Yeah. Although it is perfectly acceptable to discreetly move everybody's furniture 2 inches to the left. I've actually done that.
I'm autistic enough that I would figure that out. Sometimes my mom is vacuum my room and then she just pushes something aside slightly and she pushes it back, but not quite. And I just sit down and then I realize, like, my desk is a bit far to the left.
Yeah.
And I can just feel. It's what was the whole thing that someone realized there was like a backdoor in some program because there was like a 500 ms lag in some login screen? Have you heard about that?
Yeah, but I don't remember what it was in regards to.
People say that it was like some program base that a lot of people use. I don't know. I remember Linux, but that's just because that's the only thing I remember as a word. It's something with an X, but apparently that's a program used by a lot of like digital-based companies, and it was like a backdoor made to like kind of like quote unquote take over the world. And
the X window render system in Linux. Yes, okay, I'm caught up. I know what you're talking about now.
So it was
took me a second,
Linux.
like, what are you?
It wasn't okay, but like that would be the kind of thing that I would like see or feel as well. Like, something's off. That's a bit too slow.
Yeah.
Someone in my chat is like, as a programmer, I can tell you that most programs are just slow because we are shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The if it works, don't fix it mentality.
Yeah.
Is very strong amongst programmers, and sometimes they will produce absolute spaghetti code that you look at and you're like, on paper, this should not work. But it runs, so f it. Like, also, apparently you're a streamer now. Congrats on streaming.
Yeah, I'm streaming. Don't deceive me, Chad. I'm not streaming. I'm streaming, but I'm not streaming.
My pronouns are none. Do not perceive me for all intents and purposes.
My pronouns are not here.
I have a running joke. With one of the people I moderate for. That like I want her to fire me. We had like a little collab server with a bunch of other creators, and you know how you can set your pronouns in Discord, and you can also set your pronouns in your server profile as well as your general profile, which is strange, but it worked to my advantage because I changed my pronouns to fire/me.
I swear, I saw a thread on Twitter where it was just screenshots of people using the pronouns feature for everything but pronouns.
Yeah.
And I sent one of them to Evan because he says it often. It's like, my pronoun is he, for I am not him.
Yeah. $5 says you changed it to that.
He didn't change it, I think. But Kamito is asking, do VTubers go into character from their own design or no? Because I've been lacking behind the VTuber topics. If it's
sorry.
like you're creating a character and you're slipping into it, or you're making that character based on yourself? Because my chat is now doing dad jokes. On the
I'm not here. Oh my gosh. Mine does that too. My chat loves to devolve into puns. And I know I have 3 people in my chat right now who absolutely like they're already cooking something. They're already sitting here going like puns got mentioned. What do I got? What do I got? Let me shift through my little like folder of things I have and come up with something.
I don't do pronouns. I'm still using amateur nouns.
I'm ending my stream. I'm just yeah. You know.
But regarding by their own design, I don't understand what you're saying with by their own design. Like, are you creating a design based on you, or you just made a design and you try to fit in with the design? Because it's like a chicken and the egg thing. Like one comes before the other kind of thing. There's a kind of gray area, but there's like I am very clearly basing my design on myself and like expand from that. But also people that just make an original character and just try and fit that in as like a fursuit, basically.
Don't compare VTubers to furries. Not again.
No, but it is kind of like the principle is the same. Like you have a character with a name and a backstory, and you're kind of slipping into that as like a costume. But you can also have a character that's based on you, but with extra features. So like what I would be doing is like my character would just still be me, but I will be talking about traveling dimensions or battling some monsters, but everything else is still me. So if you meet me IRL, if you take away the battling monsters and traveling dimensions, you would still have the exact same person. But for others, they have a character they're playing with a different name and everything that is actually different from who they are. And they're trying to slip in with that. And a lot of people eventually take on characteristics from their OCs, which like blend in with their IRL persona. So if you would meet them, there would still be something there, but a lot of them is left in the streams. Does that make any sense?
I get what you're going for, but but I do want to add on like to the whole like because you're asking like do they make their character based on their design, and it depends. It really does depend because some people start off with the design in mind.
Mm-hmm.
And some people evolve their design as they go, and they evolve their character and their like their lore as they go. Some people, I remember there was this one VTuber I found who, when she started, she was very solidly in the just a guy category. She did not like she didn't have anything special about her, and her chat was just like you very much fit the like energy of somebody who has like an animal theme, and like over time she developed from this like just a guy VTuber into like she tried like her chat convinced her like because she was like I don't want to be a cat, I don't want to be a cat, I don't want to be a cat. They were just like just put on the cat ears onto the model and see how it feels. And she's like okay, so she put the cat ears on her model and did those streams for like 3 months. And fast forward like a year and a half later, she is full tilt cat girl. And she now like her like she has very light lore, but her lore changed very much to match that because like she kind of got like pushed but into like try it out, see if you might like it, and she did like it. And now like not only is she like her lore cat, she's visually cat, she also does a lot of cat like stuff too. Like she fell into that, and like that kayfabe developed over time. So you don't necessarily have to come out of the gate with the design and follow that can progress naturally. I didn't start off as a dream demon. That came later.
But that had different I feel like that is a different progression than what your friend did by putting on the cat ears and becoming a cat girl. Because your evolution is kind of 100 times more extreme than that.
Okay, so technically I did put cat ears on my model.
Because Chad was bullying you.
Yeah, chat was just like, you should have cat ears. You should have cat ears. So finally, I put a cat ears toggle on my model.
Yeah, and what you did is go away as far from cat as possible.
Yes. I'm turning off my hydrate redeem, y'all. I'm trying not to take breaks here. My chat makes me drink so much that I have to run away from stream every like 2 hours. Awful.
Chad is saying put on the cat ears, and I think I have some here. I actually might have cat ears. I'm not sure. Okay, give me 1 minute.
Sure. Okay. So hi my chat and Ezzy chat. Sorry we haven't been like interacting super often with the chat. We're kind of stuck on our own little rambling sphere at the minute. But welcome in everybody that has decided to stop by. We really appreciate you coming in and watching the stream, even though it's literally just us talking. And we're not coherent. I really don't think we're coherent. All good, loving the podcast vibe. Heck yeah. But did I miss anything in the chat?
Fine.
Yeah, cat ears are a slippery slope. They are a slippery slope. Like that, you start off, you put on the cat ears, and you're just like, ha ha ha, cat ears, and the next thing you know, you are doing a full maid outfit stream, and you're just like, how did I get here? Yeah, I could listen to you two for hours. Aw, thank you. Still gonna call Nat short. Well, you're just delusional, like everybody else.
So I cannot find them.
Oh no.
I would probably need a bit more time to figure it out, and it's not worth it for the bit.
Well, no cat ears. Sorry everyone. No maid dress stream.
No, I'm sorry. They're cheap cat ears too. I could probably get better ones.
You missed all the context.
It's fine.
I told them, I was like, yeah, you start off, you put on the cat ears. Next thing you know, you're doing a maid outfit stream, and you're like, how did I get here?
It would actually be funny because I do plan on dyeing my hair white, and I can just get some basic ass white cat ears from Amazon and just sit here.
You're having an IRL 2.0 debut. that is the like I swear, white hair is the carcinization of VTubing. Like everyone just eventually goes to white hair,
or at least like one outfit that has it, or as a toggle, white or silver.
Yeah, it's. I swear that is the carcinization of VTuber. If anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, carcinization is the evolution idea that everything eventually turns into a crab or some crab-like shape. And yeah, that is what it is for VTuber, because everybody eventually gets white hair. I got hit by it too. The hair was supposed to be pink. My hair was supposed to be pink, and then I misclicked and it turned white, and I was like, eh.
Okay, but you have the strands, and that's and the fact that like the half bald part is still dark.
Yeah.
So like that already sets it apart. Oh, there's also a green strand, I'm saying.
Yeah, there's the little green up at the top. Yeah.
Okay, but chat
the green little ahoge. I have like a blue bang or like blue like whatever you call that, and then the pink bang. Which that pink that you see in the bang right there.
Yeah.
That was my hair color. That's what all of this was. And then it just I screwed up and turned it all white. We're not going to talk about the toothpaste hair, okay?
I actually think this is better because it kind of balances out with all the bright colors.
Yeah.
But also, chat, don't worry, because if I do white hair, I also plan to do like other pastel colors. But if I have a good white base and just do a pastel color on top.
Me?
No. I've been wanting to do this for years, but I'm always being too cowardly. And I'm just waiting till my hair grows a bit longer. But then I can just do like a really nice pastel pink, which will just fade. And then I can pick another color. While in between, I have a good white base.
It's true.
But
Although
yeah.
keeping white hair is really tough.
Oh yeah,
Like, it's you wouldn't think it would be, but trying to keep hair, like once you like manage to bleach it to get it white, it doesn't stay there. It's so strange.
So my hair does kind of stay well with a dyed color, really well.
Mhm.
And it also bleaches really well, period. Like I had like a really dark cherry purplish red, and I went to like, it was not white because that was not what I was going for, but we just tried to go as light as possible, but went a lot lighter than intended. Basically
Mm.
Daenerys Targaryen, like it's not like white, but it's like really, really light.
Okay.
But we still went with the dyed roots, which are very dark. So we had to like keep doing them, and like over time we did like every 6 months new highlights. So because the roots kept being dyed a dark color, eventually we ran out of the actual whitish blonde stuff and became a bit darker, which eventually was good because then I could just grow it out to my natural hair color. But I know my hair can do it, and it went there from basically dark red purplish, which was a permanent color, by the way, not a semi-permanent. It was a permanent color. So I know my hair can do it, and can stay that way. If it was not for the re-dyeing every time, it would have stayed pretty light without any effort.
Yeah. Also, somebody saying toss on a ton of purple like every VTuber. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's like my problem because my initial plan was to have a purple design. But
Yours is more like brown.
yeah, now
tones,
it is.
like
but,
earthy tones. Yeah.
Yeah, but like early drafts, that when I went to the first person that was supposedly doing my design, but did not do it, and I'm still salty. I got a partial refund because they also just forgot half the package I paid for. And they kept extending for when they would finish the commission.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who it was eventually, and I'll show you what they gave me. But I still have that design, so I can still use parts of it because it's still kind of an interesting look. But yeah, there was barely any purple in it, just the eyes. But what I ran into every time I was like trying to make like mood boards, I started looking like a Shoto clone every single time. Because if you look at it, Shoto is also just a guy. He's just purple.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just a purple guy.
Purple guy.
I accidentally Doxy?
Yeah.
When I was so I've told my chat this before, but I went through like dozens of iterations of characters. Like I would start from scratch or like fork it and take it in a different direction. Like I think in order to make this one, I made something like 70-ish iterations before I got to what I have now. And one of them, I was just like, okay, I have an idea. And I started working on it. And after I had done the hair, I'd done some of the clothes, like I had done some of the facial features. So I was like, okay, cool. And then I kind of took a step back and looked at it and went, I just remade Doxy, son of a bitch. Like
Yeah.
I just completely remade her from scratch. And I'm like, how did I get here?
Oh, yeah. Every time I was like working on my mood board, with every step I did, like, oh, okay, I want this hair. And I just went with what I had in mind. And then I just got a picture of Shoto next to it and tried to change as many things as possible to make it distinct from Shoto.
So funny.
And what was the funny thing, eventually I had an idea, right? And I was like, this is distinct enough from Shoto. And then I remembered a guy that literally got bullied by some subset of Shoto's fanbase, which Shoto called out, so that's kind of talk from him. That people said that he was just deliberately looking like Shoto, and I was like, oh, I tried to not be Shoto enough that I became the Shoto at home version of Shoto.
Like, which, by the way, yeah, anybody listening to this, don't go after somebody because they look like somebody else. Like you are anybody who does that, I think is a scourge to this community and needs to be excommunicated as quickly as possible because that's just toxic.
And also,
it's-
there's a very high chance that the person you're defending also looks like someone that came before them. You just don't know them because they probably graduated
yeah.
3 years ago. But there's a very high chance that they took inspiration from someone else that was around back then. And whether it was intentional or not, you just do that. Like, I have had moments that I was like trying to make an OC, and it just looked like Yugo Asuma or Uki Violetta by complete accident. And not per se their main model, but then I saw some fan art interpretation that looked a bit close to the art style I would go for. And I was like, oh, that almost looks exactly what I was trying to go for. Shit. But
Yeah.
that will just happen. Or then you have a design or an idea and it just needs to be worked out and turns into model, and then someone debuts with almost the exact same thing that you're trying to do. Like, I swear to God,
Fred.
when Fred debuted, I wanted to throw a table because there were a few things that I wanted to add to my design that are just his main design parts.
We've talked about this before behind, like, all like off stream, like behind the scenes, but yeah, it turned out because both of us, when Fred debuted, we'll see, beforehand, I actually went like, damn it, because of Fred, not you, Fred. We're talking about Frederick Knudsen. Sorry, different Fred. I have somebody named Fred in my chat. I know a lot of Freds. Anyway, like when I first saw him debut as an owl, wouldn't you know, I was tinkering with an owl design. And I was thinking about becoming an owl VTuber, and I was like, well, what?
I just tried to like put in his fuck, how do you reference sheet into my OBS and just dies. I don't know what happens.
Oh, what the? What have you done to your OBS? Anything you try to drag downwards just dies. Like, what?
I don't know. Maybe I should.
Do you have a?
Here we go.
There we go.
Okay, keep talking while I look up my own reference sheet wherever I left out.
I'll show my chat.
Oh, that's so big. Holy shit.
I always spell his name wrong. Sheet. That's not how you spell sheet, but whatever.
Okay, so you only need this top part. So
sorry, everyone. We're trying to do too much.
For the people that can already see, and for the people that cannot see, you will see in a second. If you look at both my design and Frederick's design, I wanted to add like something like a hood or like a cape to my design as like an addition or like an alternate jacket, because I just like having a hood toggle, because I sit with my own hood up IRL often, and I just think it looks comfy, and I don't know. And if you look at the color schemes, it's very similar.
So I can echo you.
Oh yeah, you don't have my ref sheet. That's true. Where did I leave it? This is the compressed version. It's still huge. Be aware.
Yeah, it's fine.
But I didn't want to go with the alt theme, of course. And Fred obviously has a lot lighter hair. But I also, if I wanted to go ahead on my design, I want to make the hair a bit lighter to match my IRL color. It's a bit too dark in my design currently. Which at the time was my intention, and it's just not what I want anymore. But there's like a lot of browns and like warmer colors and like gold and stuff. And especially like he is like a librarian type of owl, and he has like,
yeah.
And like the funny part is we both have like a thing with scrolls. Like I have this here. Oh my god. Why can I not just select the thing I want to select? Hello? Yeah, I've got this little thing around my waist, which holds a book and like a potion. And like some things were supposed to be added to that as well later if I wanted to do a feature model. And then Fred also has that. He also has like a thing, and that was pure coincidence. And he also has like a book thing going on somewhere, and like I was like, oh, god damn it.
His book hangs off of his like left or right hip or something, I think.
Yeah,
or it's one of the hips.
And
anyway,
and I was just like, come on. And if you look at certain scenes of his, like if you look at my ref sheet, like basically these colors, maybe a bit warmer or more saturated, are most of his scenes as well. So those would that would exactly be what I would commission if I would get that, right? If I would get something that would match my VTuber design, it would all look pretty much the same. Obviously, there's still room for difference, but it's similar enough that it would be able to consider the same. Which is kind of like pissed me off. In a way, like, god damn it, I should, like... And I also know that even if I debuted like 2 weeks after him, where it was obvious that it was already in the works, people would mention it. And at that point, I already decided I want to go a little bit different route with like color styles and stuff, because it's a bit too monotone currently. It's not giving me the dopamine rush in my brains. I need more colors. But yeah, it's so hard to not look like someone else.
It was funny, like I said, both of us simultaneously, which like after Fred debuted the new model, that was when we talked and realized like you and I were originally going down such a similar path.
Yeah. By
with
chance.
Character design and lore. Yeah.
And we're friends. We talk.
Yes.
And we didn't know that from one another until we started complaining about Fred.
Yeah, both of us were saying the same thing. We're like, wait a minute.
Which is, by the way, really funny, because I used my my thumbnail from one of the Astraline videos I made with Fred on it as like the image I tweeted out earlier.
Also, you and I are never beating the shared brain cell allegations.
Oh, absolutely fucking not.
No. Like, we're lucky enough people don't call us the same person. Like, here's your proof, chat. We're beside each other. We're not the same person, in case anybody might think that. Like, it's like, as he's not doing a really damn good job voice acting. Like, no offense.
I'm also not as expressive as you are. Just physically. I'm just not. I would need
technically, I can't believe you two aren't the same person. I know. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Well, welcome in, Stella. Hi. Hello.
Hi, Stella.
But, oh my gosh, what was
that? Yeah, it is that we communicate as much as we do. Otherwise, I would have probably like popped out some sort of OC that would look very similar to what Natalie currently looks like.
Yeah.
Masculine, but similar.
Yeah. So like, it was so funny with the owl thing, because I've said before that I wanted to be an owl.
Yeah, and with me, it wasn't even the owl thing.
I started working on a concept, and eventually it ended up like, as I was working on it, Fred debuts as Lauren the Owl, and I'm like, fuck, okay. Yeah. So I start working on a second one. I was like, okay, what if I make like a more humanoid one, right? And then I start some Fudanchi? Some like Fudanchi like manga reviewer named Jojo talks too much, decides I'm gonna rebrand as an owl. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, he's right there in my circle. Fuck. Okay. So I was like, okay, let me change it up a little bit. And I was like, okay, well, I'm ditching the owl concept. So I'm gonna I'll put it to the side. And then I started with the Possessed Story Finder, and I went, okay, maybe if I redesign, I could come up with something a little different. Frederick Newton debuts as a fucking humanoid owl. Fuck. Okay, whatever. I give up.
It's kind of crazy how 4 people independently from one another come up with basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Or at least close enough that if one of us would blow up, like in that case, Fred is already a lot bigger than any of us will probably be for a long time, would say, you just stole it from this person. Yeah.
Fred and JoJo have the same
yeah,
birthday, do they?
Yeah,
No
they have.
shot.
Yeah, they have. They're also born in the same year. I heard.
No shot. When is their birthday?
But yeah, like the amount of coincidences that happen in VTuber designs is just crazy.
Yeah, that's why. When is their birthday? I don't remember. I feel like I should know Mr. Underhill's birthday because I
yeah,
literally
there's
work with
another.
him.
I heard about that. I don't know who it is, but there's
We're all
a third.
fall babies. What the hell? We're all fall babies. No.
You can rest easy. I'm an April baby. I'm from spring. It's not very spring like currently. It's like very much. It's not even dark out. It looks like it's dark out, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's cloudy.
My birthday is September 21st. I'm literally the beginning of fall.
Oh yeah, speaking of birthdays and coincidences, like this bitch decided to make her anniversary my birthday.
Okay, that wasn't intentional. First off, I just picked a date.
Yeah.
I threw a dart at a calendar.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I say. It's a coincidence. It just
Nat, I would
happened.
always fall for you. Chill out.
Don't fall, you're gonna hurt yourself. God damn it.
Yeah, don't fall in. That's one of my main phrases. It's like the catchphrase on here is just like whenever I say somebody goes, I'm just like, bye, have a good, don't fall in. And there's like, it started off as like a don't fall in the toilet joke, and just the toilet part fell off.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I wanted to be an owl so bad, and now I know I'm visually, like design wise, I am lucky in that regard because I have yet to find anybody else who looks like me.
Yeah, you have enough
I
unique elements. Like obviously, if you just take the base things, like you're wearing big coat, tiny shirt, and you have like the horns and everything. There's all like you can call it like a trope in character design, but you made it your own, and it's unique enough, right? And there's even with horns. There's so many things you can do with horns. There's someone whose horns are basically crystals and they light up. And I don't know if I'm just remembering it Blue Exorcist, but I think there's also someone who has horns, but they're also flames. So like they're not solid horns, they're just flames in shape of horns. But
I know who you're talking about.
So like even if you had the same characteristics, you can still make it very unique. Like enough details that just set it, like make it stand out. Like tropes are there for a reason. Like there's so many things that you can just use as like a base for a character design, but you build from there.
Also, Stella just said, "Be a space owl."
Space owl.
It's. If I didn't already have plans, that would be so tempting. There's only two things I'm going to end up. One, I can't tell you guys. Second is Femboy Artemis. Mythos HQ. This is not a joke. I'm not kidding. I want to play Femboy Artemis. Let me come. Let me come be Femboy Artemis. I am begging you.
Also,
I think
for the people watching this, it's not a bit. It's not a bit. She's not joking. She is.
I'm not.
This is the most serious she has been about anything ever.
Yeah. Like I've even talked about so much how about like I would never go work for a company. I would never become like a corpo. Like that's not my thing. I like being indie. I will drop all of that to go play Femboy Artemis. This is not a joke. I will throw all of my morals and standards out the window to go do this. I don't care. I'm ready to graduate as this character that I put a lot of work into to go do that. I hear Mythos is good. Yeah.
I hear Mythos is good too.
Oh. They're a little. The people there are a little how do we
Unhinged?
how do I put this? Yeah, more than unhinged. No, they're just degenerates.
The hinges never existed.
Yeah, they're all degenerates.
I love them though.
Yeah, like me. You're not really like, I don't know. Like, okay, screw loose. We all have a screw loose. It's the VTuber community. We're all like fucking neurodivergent. Find me one well-adjusted VTuber.
There are people with actual 9-to-5 jobs. People that are doctors, like actual medical doctors that operate on people.
Yeah, that is just because you have a job doesn't mean you're well-adjusted. That's like, find me somebody who is like just a normal, like non-LGBT, just cis het neurotypical
Evan.
that isn't like weird at all. Yeah,
Okay,
that knocks them out. Like, yeah, just like a normal person, like somebody you would just see at the grocery store who isn't like looking around weird and staring at broccoli for half an hour because they got nervous and panicked while they're in the middle of the grocery store. Find me somebody who doesn't do that is a VTuber.
To be fair, I feel like there's already a bar where that is what you described cannot exist in just content creators, period.
Oh yeah.
Or people that
Don't
work
call
with
me out
content.
like that.
Yeah, that's what I want to add. But like, or people that work with content creators.
No, somebody in my chat said, "Don't call me out like that." That did not cover you, Bob. Okay, first off.
Or
Yeah,
I think even like that baseline would even extend to people that have like live streams and content as like their main source of entertainment. Like it doesn't have to be all, but like over 50% compared to like what they do for Netflix or reading books and everything. If it's over 50%, I feel like you already need to have a few loose screws to be able to fit in there and not go absolutely bonkers.
oh yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying.
And that's just the viewers, let alone the people that are like doing the stuff. Like we're talking about streamers that got rich from sitting in a chair all day, watching videos, laughing at themselves, and talking to a screen, and do that for 8 hours every single day. Like, even if that would be considered an easy job, you still need to be some baseline of mentally. I don't know. Not even
unstable. They'll say unstable.
No, I don't. No, not even unstable of ill, but like there's something in your mind that already needs to be differing from the norm for you to be able to do that. But to be fair, from my point of view, I also think there's something wrong with people that just do 9-to-5 office jobs and enjoy that, or just do that.
That's weird. That's weird to us. Yeah.
Like there are people that do that and just have zero problems with that. They just do it and like, yeah, that's just how work goes. And I'm like, that's mad.
Streaming is the hardest job in the world. No,
it's not. It's not.
It's not.
It requires a lot of self-discipline.
Oh yeah.
But it's also the actual difficulty is not hard. It's just a lot of work. It's just more than average work. Like the hours you need to spend on everything.
It depends on your type of content.
If you're like a full-time creator, I think you'll work more than a full-time job. Even if you're not actively at your PC.
Oh yeah.
You're still thinking about everything. Like you still, if you're like at the grocery store, you still kind of need to think about your next video. But if you're working a 9-to-5 office job, as soon as you clock out, you can forget about that building and job even existing until you clock in the next morning, which is not the case with VTubering.
Speak for yourself. When I used to work at pizza, I went home and thought about pizza.
Okay, but I think that's just the ADHD.
Fair enough.
Because if I do something the entire day, it's just stuck in my mind. Like if I play Minecraft all day, that's what I'm gonna dream about.
But yeah, it's like the Tetris effect.
Yeah, like it's gonna be stuck in my brain until I found something else. Like I'm watching Grey's Anatomy with my parents, as like a show to watch together, but I'm watching House myself. And eventually I was so overdosed on medical shows that every time there was something happening, I was just calling out different medical stuff to myself.
Dang, I didn't catch it in time. I was gonna try it because I need to run to the restroom.
Oh, I need to.
And I know our ads probably just started. Mine just did at the very least.
Yeah,
I don't know if yours just did.
I saw your banner pop up the moment my banner popped up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna take a quick break, everyone.
Yeah.
Just hang out for a minute. We'll be back as soon as we can. Don't go anywhere, or do. We're not your parents. Unless no, we're too young for that.
Oh my god. Okay, well, be right back. Be right back, guys.
Bye. Okay. Yeah, I will. You don't have us on the BRB screen, do you?
Hello, I'm back. I don't know if Natalie's chat can hear me, but why does Natalie suddenly have sunglasses on? And I was walking away and Natalie was still talking, and I don't know if that was to me or to chat or whatever, but hi. I'm gonna take this minute to look at listen should happen. Oh god. I just need to run to the restroom, okay? What's this really nice lo-fi playlist and I cannot find it now. I don't even know if you guys can hear the music. Right now you can probably not. Because it's not loud enough. Wild frogs will likely not be able to hear it regardless. We can? Okay, good. Okay, what's this? Looks cozy. I've been working on furniture since I came on your stream, and all I've done so far is open the boxes. That checks out. That's what I would do. This is kind of cozy. Okay. So, how are you liking the conversation? The podcast-ish thing we're doing? Because what, like Natalie said, this was fully with the intention of like I was gonna come on her actual podcast, but this is a topic that she wanted to talk about. It would likely come up during Dreamlock regardless, and as you can tell, there's a lot to talk about, a lot of tangents, and she has like a hard limit on Dreamlock of like an hour and a half. The last time I was on our show was 48 questions, and I think we went on for 5 hours. I'm not kidding. So, yeah, so that's why we're doing this today, so that we can do a proper Dreamlock episode. You know what's cute? The fact that Natalie's chat cannot see Natalie right now. But we can see her AFK pose. Yeah. I need to work on some furniture soon as well. Like I want to order like a bookcase, but it's like more vertical. Like it's not very wide, it's more like high. So it would fit in a very small space. And I kind of, if I want to like get that, I'll probably assemble it on stream if I can. Do I have enough space here to do that? I don't even know. I don't know, I'm not a VTuber. You are. Oh, hello.
Hello. Yeah, I just kind of stuck back in. Sorry, I ended up. That took me longer than I thought. I forgot. Dang it.
You forgot.
Oh well.
You almost fell in. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I didn't follow my own advice. I fell in.
Also, why were
But
you
yeah.
wearing sunglasses when you were AFK?
Huh?
Or is it just that if you have your glasses, like
Oh.
if you're just AFK mode, then it looks like you're wearing sunglasses because of the reflection?
Yeah, like if I turn these are actual, like they act like lenses.
Yeah.
Not perfectly, but
Yeah, from a certain angle, it kind of like breaks apart.
yeah. I have sunglasses.
Ooh.
I can just be like deal with it.
They're actually slightly too small.
They are, yeah.
Also,
But yeah.
speaking of your face, I noticed that you now have like shading behind your nose. How long have you had that? I feel like I'm going crazy.
You are not going crazy. I have an effect on my model, so if I do that, all the shading goes away,
Mm.
and then I can turn it back on. So yeah, no, it's the actual like VTuber rendering program I'm using does a lot of heavy work in that regard. I can also like
Biblically accurate, Natalie.
yeah. What?
My chat was like, you're not going crazy, you were always crazy.
Yep. I have to delete my VOD.
I'll make notes to edit it out.
But yeah,
You saw nothing, chat.
you saw nothing.
If you snitch, you will be
Mhm.
banned.
Uh, crap. But anyway, I hit the wrong button. I'm so mad at myself.
Why do you have that loaded?
No.
Are you stupid?
I did. I forgot I had it loaded. Oh well. Well, that's gone now.
Chat is like, I wasn't watching.
Oh, was it? Yeah. But anyway, okay. So what were we talking about before?
Good fucking question.
Yeah.
I need to turn up my lights because it's getting dark here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it definitely has.
Yep.
So I guess we can move on to another part of what I was wanting to talk about. One of which was I guess the not only that VTuber lore has gotten stagnant, and like we didn't quite cover everything, but we talked about like what are the basics of like VTuber lore, like what do people expect.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I guess is, do you think where do you see VTuber lore improving? Like, where do you see like conceptually, where could it go? How could it expand?
Where it could expand, I think there's definitely something that people need to like let go of the idea of what VTuber lore should be, because currently a lot of people are trying to be like Merryweather Media and trying to be VShojo Mythos or do what the big corpos are doing. And like, that's only one of the ways to do it. But everyone's trying so hard to do that or nothing at all that it all kind of falls flat. And that's not trying to like as a diss at people, but more in the way that they're trying so hard to make something that they think it should be that it loses personality from the people that made it to begin with. Does that make any sense, what I just said? Yeah, your face says enough. Okay, let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
So, VShojo Mythos is so good is because, first of all, the people it's about, they have been VTubers for years. They've been able to start their lore at a very different point in time, so it was a lot easier to get started. There was a lot less pressure. They could just come up with whatever. And I've been able to, for the last like 5-ish years, build on top of it and think about things. And then there comes someone who has been an experienced writer for award-winning millions of followers webtoons, who kind of stitches everything together.
Yeah.
And like make it like gives the narrative a little bit of oomph. So the basis of that is, first of all, the original story has been cooking for 5 years. And then a professional writer comes in and stitches it together. And then a professional studio does the animation, does the storyboarding, everything to make it all stick together. If you're trying to replicate it just because it looks good and it kind of feels cool, you're trying to inflate a storyline that has not been cooking. You're just trying to make a very grand storyline.
Yeah.
With someone who is most likely doing the animation all by himself and probably storyboarding and stuff, then you're just trying to imitate it, and then it loses a little bit of the personality and the life that it has when like so many people work on it, because you're just trying to imitate it. That is not saying that it's impossible to make something really amazing with a small team or on your own. It's just that I see a lot of I just see a lot of people that are trying to make their version of a VShojo Mythos video. And unless you have 10k to spend on a studio to do it, I know someone who's a professional writer, you're not gonna get that. You need to make your own thing. And like there are smaller studios popping up now where there's one person doing the animation, one person doing the writing, etc. I think they're called... Fuck, I forgot the name, but they did the lore for the Avalon Boys from First Stage Production. I
can't think of the name.
Yeah,
I kind of feel bad.
Yeah, I need to look it up. Wait. But there is just a bar currently, and it's not just for lore. It's just overall for VTubing. People are just trying to do what the bigger people are doing on a smaller budget, but also without the years of cooking.
Galea Studio. Sorry.
What? Can you repeat that?
Galea Studio.
A Galea Studio. I'll type it in chat. I remember now.
Yeah.
This chat. So like, a lot of people have a design that's solid, or an outfit, or a differentiation, or 2.0, for something that they have already been working on for years. The only reason that Iron Mouse can get away with as many outfits as she does is because she worked on her design for years, solidified it, and really made it unique, that no matter the outfit or the hairstyle or art style, you know it's Iron Mouse. Even if the models look wildly different, she has been working on that character design for years. Granted, she got help along the way, but that didn't happen overnight.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to make something cool, you're not gonna get that in the first round. And if you try too hard to make it like that, there's a big chance you're gonna find a disconnect to it, or you're not gonna like it eventually, and you're gonna rebrand. Because that's what I see a lot. A lot of people are rebranding like more than once a year.
Yeah, that
because they try to make something so cool in concept, like for like lore concept, but also outfit like design concept, that eventually they're like, yeah, it's really cool, but I kind of feel disconnected and I want to something else. But let it simmer, let it cook, because these people that you're looking up to and like trying to imitate didn't do it overnight either.
No.
And that's why they stuck with it. And there is an advantage that they had when they started because there was less pressure, there was less precedent, and less things to take inspiration from. So they had to come up with it themselves, and they didn't have to worry that they were copying someone. It's very different now. So like, if Iron Mouse would debut today, it would be very problematic for her because there would be a lot of other people that are Satan or Pink Demon, and she would get the same shit that a lot of people are getting today. And if she would debut, like, she just got a new outfit. If that was her first outfit, like her debut model, or an outfit that she got like last year, which is now her canon design, like the one that she also has in VShojo illustrations. If she would debut with that today, it would still be very different. And I'm taking that model as the example because if she would debut with the 3D model that she started out with, sadly enough, people would not take her seriously because the standard of VTubing models is so high currently.
Yeah.
And that one was kind of scuffed. Like, even scuffed models nowadays are baseline higher quality.
Yeah, like even like which this is also the fault of I threw this model together in the span of a day.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's issues like if I raise my arm.
Oh, I see.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's that, and also if I don't have my hands up, they just go through my jacket.
But it kind of looks like you're F behind them, so that it's like whatever.
Yeah.
And you're improving it over time because
which is
you
part
can.
of the inspiration why I have if it'll work. Come on, VNant. I believe in you. Why is my jacket not coming off? Do I have the right avatar loaded? I actually have like 3 or 4 different versions of this avatar. They all look the same. I'm so sorry. I just went fully green on your stream.
It's totally fine. It's better than flashbanging the wrong thing again.
I'm so mad. I'm so mad.
I will edit it out for the VOD channel. Don't worry.
There we go. Now it's working. Yeah. So I have like I took my jacket off so there would be less like less clipping and stuff, but there's even weird times like where if I turn my hands too much, like the wrist gets kind of like it looks like I'm just twisting a cloth or something.
Yeah, and there's still distortion around the shoulder area.
I heard there's some good tea being dropped. Welcome in, Liz. We're not dropping too much tea, I don't think. I mean, we're sort of criticizing the VTuber industry, but not harshly.
I would love to believe that the way you're criticizing is just like trying to get people out of the rut that is created currently, because everyone just like because currently a lot of debuts are just like, I want a pretty model that looks cute and just get everything at once and then hope for the best. There isn't as much love and perfection poured into it as even if you look at like a year, 1.5 ago. Also, I'm sorry, chat, if I'm not seeing people coming and welcome in. I'm just
same to my chat. I'm so sorry.
My brain is working overdrive currently.
Same.
And again, I want to like emphasize on the fact that doesn't mean that people aren't pouring love and time into things right now. It's just it's a little more automated. Like right now, it's a lot easier to just grab together a few pictures on interest, pay money to a really good designer, and they give you a really fucking good design that you can get made into a VTuber model, and then you just go in VGen, get your emotes, and then just go from there, right? You can...
Yeah.
You don't have to do a lot of thinking anymore, which does make things feel a bit more flat and mass-produced.
Right.
Doesn't mean
like,
it is... But
you have the opportunity nowadays to have a turnkey solution for VTubing. You can somebody can create an entire design, emotes, layouts, everything for their stream, and then just sell it as a whole package. So you can literally just buy it, download it, load it all in OBS, and go live.
Yeah.
But
There's this artist.
the kind of the soul of it is missing.
Yeah, there's this artist who is selling adoptables, and the designs are amazing, and a lot of love is poured into these designs. But I can see why people would go with adoptables, especially if they're like me and like the choice paralysis and everything.
Yeah.
But there's just like a layer missing from people that are debuting today, or at least a lot of them. Like there's still a lot of exceptions, of course, versus like 1 year ago, 2 years ago, let alone the people that initially started. And you also see that there's a lot of models that are just complicated for the sake of complexion.
Yeah.
And I talked with Stella about that. Like, she showed me an outfit, the concept for her. And I told her, like, there's so much going on, but everything feels like there's a purpose. And even without all of that, it's still a solid outfit. With a lot of VTubers that are debuting today, if you take away some of the complexity, they're unrecognizable. Or they look exactly like someone else because it's just the clothes or the combination of like accessories that make them different from someone else. And like obviously it becomes harder and harder to make a really unique character because there are just so many out there. But there's just this genre of like baseline anime girls that just look cute. I cannot tell them apart anymore. I've just given up.
And that falls into it's how do I put this? Also, like I just ripped off one of my defining features.
Okay, chat, I have a question for you. And you just have to say like whether you agree or not, but without horns, Natalie looks bald.
Rude.
She just looks bald. Please, am I crazy?
I cannot accept this slander.
I can also call you cute. Take your pick.
Also, let me put all that back on. I do feel kind of naked. I'll just jack it off. Well, dress yourself now. Don't make me hit the secret key binds on here.
Oh no, my chat is talking about the toothpaste hair.
Yeah, so there was, and my mods can tell you, there was an incident. I am often when I'm designing something, I get a little trees for the forest, as it were. And the same thing happened with the Doxy. Like I ended up just redeveloping Doxy from scratch.
Mm-hmm.
But also when I was trying to come up with the hairstyle.
Yeah.
I was trying to like lay in the colors in a certain way. And once I got it like put together, I kind of like leaned back and looked at it again. And I'm like, I look like a bottle of toothpaste.
Mm-hmm.
And, like even my mods were immediately like toothpaste hair. And I'm like, I hate this. And I ended up just completely starting from scratch on the hair again.
Mm-hmm.
Which I did try to re-implement the color scheme that I was using. But I made it more subtle so it wasn't totally toothpaste hair.
Mm-hmm.
But I seriously just looked like a bottle of Crest toothpaste. It was bad. Also, welcome in, Damie. Is Beyblade, yeah. But technically, like there is a color scheme, even though it does look like I'm all over the place. There is a color scheme across my model, which is like it's red, blue, green, yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Is I tried to find a way to implement that across my entire thing, which I couldn't put the yellow in my hair, so it became the color of my top, right? and like also it shows, and like the rest of those colors are missing from my Oshi marks, but when you put the star in there, it's always yellow. And like if you look further down on my model, there's the red, the like kind of reddish bluish and greenish hues again. Like I tried to like follow that all the way through, but I'm bad at character design, so it only kind of came out. But like I was trying to balance that out, but it, because I wanted to come up with a way to add some kind of uniqueness to my model so that I wouldn't look like just everybody else.
Exactly.
And thankfully a misclick sent me in the right direction. Because chat, I had two-tone hair.
Oh my god.
That is why I only have half of my hair, is because the tone was originally like the two like pink and blue you see there in the strands. That was going to be like very different, like, you know, saturation and brightness, but that was going to be my two hair colors. Was on this side it was going to be like kind of bluish, and on the side it was going to be pinkish. Because I love trying to find subtle ways to implement like the trans flag and the stuff.
I hate my OBS, I swear to god.
Why, what happened?
Oh well, I want to share with you like there's this one emote, the sparkle emote, and in some cases it would be the perfect Oshi mark for you. I sent it to you on Discord.
Yeah, I see that. Let me.
But it sometimes on some apps it's only yellow stars, sparkles. But on other apps it's this. And that would have been perfect for you because that would like.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Which my weird obsession, that's so good. My weird obsession with like keeping those colors in is actually it's a holdover in design from some of my early stuff, because as I said earlier, I wanted to be like a cryptid, and I was trying to develop a cryptid from scratch, and I was also going for this like analog horror feel to my theme, and or to like my aesthetic. And when I gave up on the cryptid part, because I was just like, I don't think I can do it. It can't be done. And then after I debut, I see cryptid cuddle her and like scream a little, because she not only had like the kind of like cryptid like motif to it, she was like a jackalope, like had the horns and everything. And wouldn't you know it, she had the same spiral choker.
Oh, that's
the little
crazy.
Spiral motif all over her model, just like I did.
That's kind of crazy.
I was just like, I was literally already there. All I had to do was change like one or two things, and I had the cryptid that I wanted, and I gave up on it too early. And I'm kind of glad I didn't, because me and Cryptid Color would have like me and TT would have absolutely clashed. But we also debuted around the same time too, which would have been super awkward.
You're one of the rare instances where the rebrand actually paid off.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. I went non-human on a whim. Yeah. Like, but yeah, what I was saying though was I almost like hair wise, I almost looked like everybody else. And then I accidentally misclicked and it hid the texture on my hair on this side. So technically there's hair there. It's just invisible. Like in terms of the model, like lore wise, that's not a thing, but I just have short hair that's like slicked back on the side. Yeah, no, it's like just one misclick, and at first I was like, oh crap, I didn't mean to. Oh, I can work with this. I don't see anybody else like this.
Yeah,
like this is completely uncommon. So like I could take away the horns and everything and the jacket, and I still look different than most people. And I consider myself very lucky for that, because so many people are following a pattern.
Yeah, or have other people do it, or because they work with other designers, they don't get the happy accidents in the same way.
Yeah.
Which it goes together with what I said. Like a lot of people have like a very automated process and everything looks good. But because there's just like a bit more of a disconnect between the actual design and the designer, and the design for who the design is. Because at the start, a lot of people did their own stuff. just like you do, but also drew their own stuff and designed them, or were already artists and had an OC that they've been working on for 2-3 years before it turned into a VTuber. But now it's just like, oh, I want to become a VTuber, and they just created design in a few weeks, which inherently is nothing wrong with, but it does create for more copy pasta designs.
Yeah, and this is unfair to the game and the company, right? I want to note that this style came before they started doing this, but it's what I've been calling the Genshin impactification of character design. It's and again, it existed before that, like asymmetrical, like way overcomplicated designs. That has been a thing in animation for a long time, but when games like Honkai and Genshin, like that series, started coming out, thank you for the dream energy, thank you. When those games started coming out, they had they just followed, like they had narrowed down their design because they only had like a couple of character designers, and all of them were pretty much like going in the same direction. And now you look at some VTuber designs that are coming out since Genshin Impact and Honkai, especially Honkai Star Rail. Those two games came out, and a lot of VTubers just look like that now.
Yeah, and what also is happening, there's a lot of the same body types, just like in those games. Like there for in Genshin, I think there are like 2 base models for men and 2 for women, like a short and a tall model for each. And you kind of see that with VTubers too. Like, the base model shape is the same for a lot of people. Probably not on purpose, but also it's what everyone's exposed to currently.
And this one is, what I'm about to say is a little more on the conspiracy theory side, because I'm not in that part of the industry, so I can't speak to that. This is just my uneducated observation, is that a couple of artists, like VTuber designers, popped off and became very well known for their character designs, and those character designs then went on to become VTubers who were very successful. And that kind of backfed into, they would look at the credits of the model, like people would look at the credits of that model and go, I need to contact that company. So it creates this feedback loop where a couple of designers make a lot of VTuber models, and then smaller designers look at that and go, oh, well, they're successful, I should be doing something like that. And it like slowly becomes this, again, like an even bigger feedback loop that leads to this homogenization of design. And anybody that's as it starts to grow and grow and grow, you end up with people who become used to that. And anytime somebody tries to step outside of that norm, they get, crapped on. And they're like, oh, well, you don't look like the rest of VTubers. You're not following the line of success, which is...
Oh, I hate the statement, but VTubers are like high schoolers.
Oh, absolutely. That's the whole creator sphere. That's not just VTubers.
No, but VTubers specifically, because there's a lot more focus on appearance with VTubers. And not just like the physical appearance, but like the VTuber appearance.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's true.
It's a bit more of a focal point.
We use a lot of high school terms. We use a lot of high school terms as well. Which is not great. But,
yeah, the whole G wording. Yeah.
Yeah. But actually, somebody who was in my chat a second ago, Liz Justice, is a Narwhal VTuber who I'm not going to put your thoughts fully on blast right now, but Liz is starting. She said it herself in chat a minute ago, so I can kind of cover it. Is she is started to have some anxiety about her model and character design. And I'm hearing this like sentiment that it's like, your model's not up to date. You need a new model. If you don't go buy a brand new model right now, you are not going to keep up. And that is a snowball effect of, if you are expected to constantly have the most up-to-date thing, you're replacing your model every like 3 months, because there's constantly new advancements in VTuber design and rigging and all of that. It's like, you can't stick to this mentality of like, oh, I have to be up to date, because you're going to have to always be up to date.
It's not just that. But what happens a lot with people that are updating models, especially people that have the model for like a few years, in the time that everyone looked a bit like more distinct from one another, because they got an updated model, they suddenly look like everyone else. Even though it's like the same concept, but just in the same style as everyone else. I've seen a few of them, and like the fact that I cannot even remember who just shows that because I'm now used to the new model, I cannot even remember. I'm bad with faces, but there are like a bunch of VTubers that just look so distinct that I just can't remember them. And a lot of them, they just look the same.
Yeah. Also, Meowch in my chat said, especially hard because they see new creators like Iron Mouses and Trey getting new and new models. And is like, you can't compare yourself to the big VTubers. Iron Mouse is a fucking millionaire. That is why she can get a new model every like 5 seconds whenever a whim hits. Like, she has the capability of doing that. We cannot compare ourselves. Like, nobody can compare themselves to somebody who is just swimming in money like Scrooge McDuck. Like, you can't do that. And
you also have a different approach on why you would get new models, because a lot of people get on new models because they think they have to get new models. Iron Mouse gets new models because she cannot leave the fucking house. She cannot go shopping, get a cool outfit. She cannot go clubbing and show it off or whatever. She's just kind of stuck at home. So working on the outfit is probably the biggest thing she can do to express herself.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that. There are probably a lot of people that still have like limitations in their life, like me included.
Right.
Like for a lot of reasons, I wear a lot of hoodies because that's one of the few pieces of clothing that I actually feel comfortable in. And
I fully feel I am wearing a hoodie right now.
Yeah.
I wear the same hoodie. It's my weird little like with autism, sometimes people can have this concept of like the safety blanket. Like, you know, children have their like safety object, and sometimes with autistic people, they like anybody on it's not everybody, it's not every autistic person, it's not everybody on the spectrum, but sometimes on the spectrum you can end up with this concept of like the safety blanket, and it's not always a blanket. That's yours.
Yeah. Put down.
Hoodie gang. I'm also in a hoodie. Yeah.
There's a wolf on
there are
it.
2 wolves inside of you. Please go to the hospital. They do not belong there.
Yeah, I like this one because it has a wolf on it.
But mine is a hoodie. Very specifically, this is going to dox me if anybody runs across me, but it's sold at Walmart, so it's not just going to be me. I have this like pink and purple Pink Floyd hoodie.
Oh yeah.
Which I bought like a month ago. And before that, I had this jacket that this poor jacket, I wore it for like 6 years, 6 or 7 years, something like that. But that was like, it was very troublesome during the summertime whenever it would get hot. Part of why I was like, I want to move somewhere cold so I could just wear that jacket all the time. But if I went out of my house without that jacket on, pretty high chance I'm going to have a panic attack. Just because something feels wrong, like I'm missing something. I don't feel comfortable. But I have that jacket on. I can go outside. I'm sweating. I look like a troll doll. That just got dunked in sludge, and I'm still just like, I'm happy, I'm comfortable, I am mentally stable. Like,
I had that with my panda hoodie. I don't know if I've showed you that one, but it's like
you showed me that one, yeah.
I wore it everywhere for years, so it had to like be washed out regularly because otherwise it was gross. But that was like the most comfortable I felt. It was just a hoodie with like little holes in the sleeves, so I could do panda paws, and had panda ears on top of the hood, and it looked adorable. And that's how I felt comfortable. And like for this hoodie, I have this exact same hoodie in 5 colors.
It's funny. Like I have the same thing with a bunch of shirts. I like because I am not I have a hard time going. Oh my god, I want that. But like, I pretty much wear the same general outfit over and over and over because it's not something I can put brain space to.
Mm-hmm.
So I just have like a ton of shirts and a bunch of pieces. I was about to admit something. I have a bunch of pieces of clothing that it's just carbon copies of each other.
Mm-hmm.
I am that person that just wears the same outfit over and over and over because it's easy. I don't have to think about it. It requires very little maintenance. I don't have to worry about like
I had that too.
Something riding up.
I had a lot of like flannel shirts or like anything with like the block pattern on top of it. And I had band shirts and like a few different types of like dark blue or black jeans. And every day I took like any combination of the three things.
Yeah.
That was
We're cartoon characters, chat. That's what it is. You know how you watch a cartoon and they just wear the same outfit episode after episode after episode for 6 seasons? We're cartoon characters.
But like I have that. Like I have different tiers of clothing depending on the weather and where I have to go.
Yeah.
But they all have the same or similar level of comfort. And it's important because then I can just pick out what I want to wear visually and not worry about how I feel in the clothing and also how I look in the clothing. Because that's my problem. Like, I just sent you a screenshot of something I saw on Pinterest and I put it on screen for my chat to see. This is an outfit that I absolutely love. I cannot wear that because then I will cry. Because...
Feel that.
Because I just know that with my current body type, I don't look good in that. And I don't want anyone to go in chat like, Ezzy, you look amazing. Like, no, I know that. I want to wear turtlenecks and stuff. I cannot wear that. I have tried them every time I saw them in the store. And I just look at myself and I'm like, no, that's not how I want it to look. And
that one I will actually like ignore what you just said and counter it because nobody looks good in turtlenecks. That's the joke. That's the trick. Nobody looks good in them. Eventually they wear them long enough that you get used to seeing them in a turtleneck and you're like, wow, they really pulled that off. No, there are certain parts of like my body type that just like you say that, but then there are a few extra layers to it. For me, at least. Well.
Anyway,
yeah.
Going back to using a VTuber thing as your expression, like the outfit, this outfit, if I have this is like super simple, but having simple outfits on a VTuber model or something I can use for art and represent myself online, that would make me feel so good because then I can look the way I want. When I want to, right?
It's sort of the experience people get out of VR chat.
Yeah, and that has such a different motivation than just wanting a new outfit because, oh, but you need to stay up to date. You need something new every once in a while to keep people's attention. No, you have to get a new outfit because you want to, and you feel good in it. And that's one extra way to express yourself, not to please your audience, unless you did like a donathon and one of the goals was like an outfit for your chat. But then you're rewarding your chat for something that they helped you with. Don't do it to please an audience on like a theory level.
I blame Apple for this.
What do you mean?
It's this mentality. It's not just Apple. It's with any kind of like, like flagship cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
People have like come to this mentality. Like I've seen iPhone users will sit there and pick at each other because like, oh, you're like a model behind. Why don't you get the new model? When the new model is literally there's nothing different about it. Like it's like, oh, you have an iPhone 14. Gross. And it's like, what's the difference? Aside from the USB port, I love Apple tried to pitch that as like, we've made the improvement. No, the government forced you. Don't try to pitch that.
No, not even the government. The European government.
Yeah.
It's like, at this point in time, a lot of things that we praise big tech companies for,
Just Europe's forcing them to do it.
Is
Yeah.
Europe forcing them to have like some type of consciousness?
Yeah. I put that in the same category as people who applaud game developers for fixing games after release. Don't do that. Do not.
Yeah, for real.
It's like, wow, they really worked and put in the work to fix the game. I'm very proud of it.
No.
No.
No, they did not.
It's like they wouldn't have done that work if the players didn't pressure them to do it. Like, CD Projekt Red started getting like so many refunds for Cyberpunk that Steam had to shut off the refund system. Like, people were buying and downloading Cyberpunk and being so disappointed that Steam had a record number of refunds for it.
Yeah.
And like Steam was trying to stop the bleeding by just shutting it down entirely.
Add another layer to that. Like, it's not because the companies were pressured to do it by people complaining. It was because people were complaining. People were either refunding or not buying the game, so they lost money. So they
Right.
had to fix it to stop the complaining, to earn money again. Not because they wanted to make the people happy. They just needed the complaining to stop so they could earn money again. There are very little game developers that actually care about what people are saying. Like, it's all about the money. If people are unhappy, people are not buying. The reason they're improving is so people are buying again, not to make them happy. Because if that was the case, the games would look different.
Yeah. The sole exception to this is Hello Games. They are the studio that made No Man's Sky.
Oh yeah. I saw a meme about that.
Yeah,
Of like the developer guy releases millionth free update, and then like everyone stop saying sorry, we got it after the first 10 updates.
Or it's like the one that was like, honestly, it started off as a really dark comic, but it got turned into a meme of people making jokes about the Steam sale and coming after your wallet. But one of them did that where it was like the parent bursting into the kid's room like it's free update time, and it's like, no, let us give you money. Like,
Exactly.
it's like, we get it, you fixed it a long time ago. Like, it wasn't that you were trying to release a broken product, you just tried to release too early.
Yeah.
And then they have that game went from being one of the worst releases of the year to literally winning awards 2 years later.
Yeah, exactly.
And they won't stop. Sean, we want to pay you. Stop. But like, sorry. That's but yeah, like I hate that mentality though of back to the iPhone analogy.
Mhm.
Of like, everybody is pressured, like, you need to have the newest thing, or like, you know, you need to keep up or you get left behind, old man. Like, that's not that mentality. Like, yeah, I'm sure the artists and riggers of the VTuber community would really like the extra business, but some of them are having to crank up their prices because they're already too high in demand.
Yeah, everyone is already like backed up for a month. Like, if you decide you want to become a VTuber today, and you want like the highest standard, it will take a year.
A year and a half.
Yeah, it will take at least a year. Like Professor Lando, who is a big creator, who, if he just asks people, the right people, he would get like fast tracked easily. Like Quinn Bennett had that. He said that his model, like from design to finished model, he said it was the most efficient path he could have taken, and it still took over 6 months. And he had the connections, the recommendations, and like, he has the same model artist as Shoto. He has the same rigger as Shoto, unnamed, some VShojo girls, etc. Or like the studio that does the rigging for them.
Yeah, Iron Vertex, yeah.
And he got there with recommendations from others. And I also assume that he paid extra to be fast-tracked. And that still took 6 months. And he is a established creator with a good reputation in the VTuber community. He has the money to pay, and still it took that long because people are backed up. And then again, a good model takes just several months to draw. Because
yeah,
even if someone would spend like a week straight just drawing it, you don't want that, because then they're gonna be like, you know, the thing that's like art blindness, that if you look at one thing too long without doing something else, that you don't see the imperfections. And the moment you start doing something else and you look back at it later, you notice that everything is fucked up.
Yep.
That's a big reason why a lot of artists, like either the people that draw the models or rig them, take so long because they do several projects at the same time. Just takes a long time, but it makes the quality so much higher. And that's a good thing. But because everyone wants the biggest thing, the latest thing, 20 toggles they're never gonna use. It just takes forever.
Don't even get me started with that.
And that also hooks in with always wanting the newest trend or newest thing or the most updated thing. The more you follow the trends, the more, like, the quicker you'll look outdated.
Yeah, you don't want to date yourself.
Because it's not even that it looks bad, it's just that people know the trends, and trends evolve usually kind of linear. So you know where it came from. So you have like a hard comparison. So it just looks wrong. But if you kind of just do your own thing and stay like away from the trend far enough, but make use of the new things as much as possible still. Like, because the trends are there because things are good or working. You can still use it. You don't have to go like with your whole ass in it, right?
Yeah. I only whole ass everything.
If you look at Shodo, he has currently 3 models, 3 outfits. And like if you look at them side by side, you can tell that there's like 2 years between them. But if you just look at them on their own, they look fantastic.
Yeah.
Like, they look so high quality. And only in context of each other, you can tell how outdated they are. Like, you can, of course, you can tell, but you cannot really tell. Unless you look at them side by side, because they're just the evolution of one another, not the evolution of a current trend.
Right.
But with VTubers that are always following trends, if you look at their alt models, those models all look outdated. Even if you don't know them and you see the models for the first time, you can put them in a row from like oldest to newest easily. From just everything. I think even with mouse you can kind of do that. Even
for sure.
But it's not gonna be like a one-on-one linear thing, because there have been concepts that have been in the works for a long time but didn't get turned into a model until more recently. Like her latest Halloween outfit and her pink rock anniversary from 2 years ago. Not like the last year August, but the one before. They were both teased in a video that, like, her, I think it was Heavenward? One of her lore videos, and it took like forever for them to actually be turned into models. So like the concepts already existed, but the models are new. So you can kind of see that there's like a direct disconnect. And the pipeline of her models don't go linear. It's not as if she has only 1 in the works at the time. I fully believe there are like 5 in the works at the time, but because they all take varying amounts of time between a few months and a year, they just get staggered, and certain ones are for certain events. Like she has birthday models, and she has Halloween models, and she has anniversary models. But everything else is just bonus. Like your current one is a bonus model. It's not specifically for anything. It's just cool.
Yeah. Which I think also, like, in several ways, Mousy is the exception, not the rule.
Yeah.
And I think anybody who is trying to compare themselves or compare other people to Mousy are delusional.
Oh, yeah.
because
You don't have the same money. You don't have the same motivation. You don't have the same history. Trying to do what Mousy does is just... It works because she is Mousy.
Yeah, and also we're talking about VTuber of the year 2 years in a row who has just like damn near an unlimited budget. Like Mousy probably always gets fast tracked just by default. So like you see how often she's able to rip out stuff. Like, yeah, she probably has multiple things concurrently going on, but like a lot of that is fast tracked. Like what the fuck is it? What? I'm looking at the wrong chat. You can read your own chat. I'm trying not to read your chat.
You can read my chat all you want. I'm reading our chat.
Fair enough.
I'm looking at you, Natalie's chat.
They're watching. Hold on, I'll look closer at your chat.
Ah! Oh, my chat is saying hi.
Oh, hi.
That's the bread VTuber I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, I know, right? What the fuck even is a toggle though?
Oh, yeah, I
Toggles
didn't see
are like the expressions, especially on 2D models. You see them like go from like these like sad or confused or like they're crying or their face gets darker in the front, like trying to like show off that they're irritated or scared or something.
Yeah, or different
Like,
hand poses or a different how do you call it? Like Natalie takes off her jacket as a toggle. Also, why does my strawberry have flower petals?
Strawberries are flowers.
Yeah, I know, but I never seen it with flower petals. I've seen it with like the green crown, of course, but never with flower petals. Like I thought the petals that were in the how do you call it? In the box where the strawberries were in were just like they fell in from somewhere else or something. Because they were all loose, but this is the first one where actually attached to the strawberry. Yeah, I've been munching on strawberries.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks, I knew, but I was joking because I never read a single toggle on my shit model. Hey, your model's not shit. Unless it is literally shit. I don't know what your model is. Like it literally could be feces. I don't know. But
I love Reese's model.
But yeah, you don't compare yourself to Mickey Mouse. What is
Don't compare yourself to Mickey Mouse. That's like the worst thing you could do in your lifetime.
Oh, time to buy everybody.
Don't trust the mouse. They made an AI intro for a Marvel show.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding, by the way. Secret Invasion had the irony. It was a show about it was a show about how aliens were secretly and silently invading the Earth, and they had an AI intro.
That honestly could be like a 2-hour video essay just talking about the irony of that. But which maybe that was the point they were going for.
No,
or
it was just experimental.
They were just lazy.
No, it wasn't even lazy. It was experimental.
Yeah.
They were like, "Oh, this is possible. Let's try it." They learned a lesson.
Yeah, there's a saying in program and like web development. It's that don't put your beta in prod, which is like don't push experiments to production. Don't try something silly out and then make that the main thing you use, because it's gonna break. People aren't gonna like it.
It's so funny because they
get a
have
banana thrown at your head.
Audience testings for a lot of things, like the Doctor Who episode in the Christmas special, the Church on Ruby Road. There were a few scenes added later because the audience response was that it took too long into the episode for us to see the Doctor. So like the whole thing with the falling snowman was added later. So like if small things like that get caught with audience testing, how the fuck was that AI thing not cancelled? Like they could have just went and gone with a 20-second After Effects idle icon logo sequence kind of thing. They didn't need something very fancy.
Yeah, they could have just overlaid, like they could have screened on fast noise and called it a day. Like it didn't.
Yeah. Like they just fade in a logo with like a 20-second theme, and then the fade into the episode.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Everybody clip this. What we are saying is that we independent creators know better than a big studio. We're gonna get canceled.
Yeah. My problem with Seek Innovation is the fact that the intro is AI. It's the fact that the intro looks very fucking shit. Oh yeah, it was definitely one of those things that was made with those early AI things where they tried to make an animation, because what I heard for the intro, they did make like certain points in the sequence by hand, or at least added it manually, and had the AI make whatever was in between them. But because AI just tries to go from point A to point B without logic, every frame is different. Goes into different art styles and everything. I think you can see that in one of Linkin Park's music videos that they released last year or the year before. They tried to do something, and it was like one of the early AI things that just lacked the logic. And that just looks so bad.
Mark, I promised I would stop talking about the MCU on my stream.
Yeah. Let's go away from that. But yeah.
Yeah. So okay, that we'll veer like 6 miles back onto track to get back on our topic again.
Actually, it kind of fits in if you think about it, because currently Marvel is just producing to make more stuff. Well, at the start they made the MCU because it was just a live action of the comic books. That's how it starts, of course, right? And it was made with love and respect for the original works, and it was made for the people that grew up with it and also exposed new people to it. But now they're just making new things for the sake of making new things to stay relevant and everything, which is exactly what a lot of VTubers are doing nowadays. They're just doing re-debuts and making new aesthetics and everything just because they feel they need to stay relevant. And like, we're all shitting on Marvel and Disney in general for like, hey, we don't need a new show every 3 months.
Now, yeah.
Like the audience can tell, like, we don't need that. We don't need it. You think we do, we don't. Same with VTubers.
Well, what Marvel Studios is trying to do is go quantity over quality.
Bro, if they start releasing more shows with like 12 episodes instead of 6, I don't need a second season if I can just get 12 episodes in one run.
I have a slightly different opinion about that, but I actually like the shorter episode counts and seasons.
Yeah, but if everything is short, you cannot really hook onto something. Like right now, I'm just binging House. I've been watching it for 2 weeks, and I'm still in season 2. I'm nowhere near done, and the pacing of everything is a lot slower. But if I'm watching a 6-episode show, I just feel like I'm watching a long movie. And if everything feels like a standalone long movie, I cannot get attached to anything. And especially if everything only has 1 season or maybe 2 seasons. Like if it's 6 episodes but for 10 seasons, or like 5 even, then you know it's coming back and you can stay attached to it. But if it's only a singular season, then 3 months later there's a new thing. It just feels like fast food.
Yeah, and that but with, like I said, with the MCU, they're moving more and more towards quantity over quality. Whereas the VTuber industry is trying to have their cake and eat it too, and trying to go for quantity and quality.
Yeah, but they're missing out on some of the quality, because quality is not just the quality of the art, quality of the rig, but also the quality of like what's behind the art. Because you can have pretty art, like look at AI, it can be very pretty, but it just lacks a bit soul and passion and personality.
Yeah, so it's kind of sucks though, because I have conflicting advice, and I've given conflicting advice in this regard, because I have told people you don't need a bespoke, custom, super custom, super unique VTuber model. And boy, that's proven by the fact that, again, like you said earlier, you take away some of the like accoutrement on a VTuber model, and they all just look the same. But at the same time, I've told people, yeah, you don't need a turnkey solution, but there's also like you have to stand out.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think the overcomplication of designs of just trying to. I ran across this issue recently. I ran across this very issue, and this was something I was talking to my artist about. Is or like my emote artist. I was talking to her about like I feel like I'm missing something, and I ran across this idea of like I don't have a lot of accessories on my model, right? And I look at other VTubers and they all have accessories. So I started thinking about that, right? Like, what can I add? Do like do like a hair clip or like a bow or like necklaces or anything like that? And then I got to thinking about it, and I'm like, I don't want that to become my personality. I don't want to become my visage because I've seen other VTubers do that. You rip all that off of them again. Who are you?
Mm-hmm.
It's like somebody you're used to seeing wear glasses takes their glasses off, and you're like, who the fuck am I talking to?
Yeah,
Like-
currently with your design, the only thing that really takes away from the design is when you take off the horns. Like that's the only thing. Because it's a bit of like it just finishes the silhouette.
Yeah, but if I take off everything else too,
Yeah, then it's fine.
again,
Because it's like because you're very like mid to bottom halfy with everything, like your face is very uncluttered. So
That's true.
without the horns, it just feels unbalanced.
oh right, horns.
And it's not like the horns are like some statement piece. It's just like it just finishes it balances it. And like if you just keep your hair in the horns the same way you have, but add a different outfit, you're still you. Like
Yeah,
you don't need to change anything from like your face. As long as you stay like somewhat within your color scheme, you're still very recognizable. Just like Iron Mouse, like either she has actual horns, like some buns that look like horns, or she has mouse ears. But she always
Yeah.
has two things protruding at the top, and like some sort of like twin tails, with often like pink hair with one purple streak. That makes her recognizable. There are like small things that she changes once over time. Sometimes she has like two different color eyes, and they're not always the same color. Sometimes it's pink and purple, sometimes it's red and purple, or it's pink and red. But the base idea stays the same. And everything is pretty girly as well. So like, even if it's different art styles, completely different aesthetics, it's still recognizable as her. And she doesn't need all the accessories. She can have them. She doesn't need them to be recognizable.
Yeah.
Same for you. You can add some hair clips. Don't need them.
doesn't really add anything. Yeah.
Currently, with this hairstyle, I would say if you add a hair clip, it would take focus away from the different colors in your hair. Which
True.
currently are the things that make you stand out. You don't have a full white hair, you have colors in them. You also don't have rainbow hair.
I did at one point.
Yeah, but that's something that nobody saw.
It's true. Which like we can do a little test.
Oh god.
What does my model look like? Like as a chat, either chats like name something on my model.
You have a choker with the upside down pentagram thing, and like I don't know what you're trying to do. Do you want me to describe your entire model? Because I can.
You don't have to give an entire model. Just like I do not have toothpaste hair. Just like little things about it, little details that you think stick out compared to like other people.
Well, I like
The horns don't count.
well the horns, maybe not the horns itself, but the fact that they're like super subtly like galaxy glittery, without it being out like the main focus. It's like such a nice detail that makes your horns different from other horns. Like if they were just plain one color, they would have been more like biblical demon. But now you're more galaxy with like a super subtle change. Little strands in your hair break up the white without overpowering. Just like with Mary, how he has like the one red streak in otherwise what canonically is black hair, but it's like a dark bluish
Kind
green.
of blue, yeah.
But it's canonically black, I think you said.
The blue mountain sky jacket.
And how do you call it? The fact that you have like lopsided hair that's like super asymmetric. Like asymmetrical hair is commonly done like just with the Genshinfication. But you take it from like slightly asymmetrical to there's just no hair on one side. But the hair that is like shown is like shorn, super short, and it's dark.
There's hair.
Yeah,
but
like it's
it
not.
doesn't come through in the graphic, but it's like it's supposed to be like shorter hair that is slicked back.
Yeah, it just looks like it's shaved up.
Yeah, like I think you can kind of tell if I like turn my model.
Yeah, you can kind of see. Yeah, but
it's not perfect.
The idea is the same. Like it's super short, and it's a darker color.
Yeah, so, like an undercut, just way too far over.
But it's like those are like smaller things that were thought about and just unique in a way. Like you don't really see that. And also the style of your hair, you don't really see that either. Like the one side that is long, even if you had it like on both sides, you don't really see that. Like you often when people have either really short bobs or like omega long hair, you don't have that. And it's also you don't have hair in the back.
Yeah, if I like turn my model a certain angle, you can barely tell like I have that hair.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
but with a lot of VTubers, they just have like one giant like strand of hair that just goes behind them. So there's always like some sort of backdrop of their like neck and face and everything. But for you, your hair frames your face and it's not a backdrop.
Funny enough, you just kind of killed the point I was making, but it still worked out in the long run. Okay, Stitches is just saying yes. Welcome to chat, Stitches.
Okay, what was the point?
Yes to what? I don't even know anymore. You shattered it immediitly.
Sorry.
Although the one thing that actually somebody said, I think it was you. I'm sorry. You said like the like choker with like the pentacle hanging off of it, whereas that's it's not part. It's part of my top. Like I'm wearing like almost like a halter top with just like that pattern in the front. It doesn't look like when you look at it, it's like no, it has the mesh on it. The like mesh part. Like the fishnet and then this are two separate pieces. This like I have just a fishnet top under it, and then this like yellow top with the like pentacle straps. This is a halter top.
Oh, it's connected to the yellow top?
Yeah, so I'll take off my jacket and show.
Like, I thought those like, were just how do you call it?
Because like if I pull it back here, it gives it away because there's no straps going down to the back. It's a halter top.
Yeah, because there are ways to have that without it being attached to the top. Like I've seen people IRL wear stuff like that, where it's just like a bunch of like bands that just wrap around your chest and then you can put on any type of clothing you like. And often combined with fishnets because they just make it look less nude.
Right. Also, yeah, it's also the fishnets are quite literally a defense against the YouTube algorithm.
Oh, yeah.
There you go, Liz. Are you still here? Put fishnets on your model. It'll actually work really well given your theming.
Yeah, because it's less...
that might solve the YouTube problem.
Yeah, it's because then it shows it's not just bare skin.
Right. but it's a defense sort of against the YouTube algorithm, but also the TikTok algorithm. It was after TikTok just started banning VTubers wildly because they thought they were like nude models because they just saw, oh, single color, that's obviously somebody nude.
Oh,
And
that's also
people started
something that's a pet peeve of mine. People make their models so booba heavy that it's kind of like if you take away the chest, then it still doesn't look the same anymore. Or it looks boring.
Yeah. I don't know. But like,
It kind of feels like space filler for a lot of people.
also, I'm sorry, I have to address something. Bobby, what are you screaming about? No one knows that, Nat, you super fixated streamer. What are you talking about?
Oh, for the YouTube stuff. Oh, it's called a harness. Yes.
No, she said that like a while ago. I'm trying to figure out what are you
through the top. Oh, yeah.
I've literally talked about before that this is like a halter top. Just nobody believed me because I didn't separate the layers.
I thought it was just like it was 3 or 4 different pieces that you had, like a harness, the fishnet, the regular top, and then the choker may or may not be connected to the harness depending on what type of harness you were wearing.
Yeah,
because there
pentacle,
are harnesses. There are harnesses that have like some sort of like neck ring, but people still wear like an actual choker on top of it to like cover the seams. Like I've seen people wear stuff like what you're wearing on your VTuber model IRL.
Oh yeah, like I actually I own a bra that has this exact same like damn near the exact same pattern on it. Yeah. It's like you know, like a normal bra, but like it has like the extra like straps and that goes up to like the like the choker part that goes around your neck. Like yeah, I have one of those. It's yeah, it's uncomfortable and itchy. But
oh man, I would have loved to wear that stuff, but when I was into that, I didn't have the chest to support it. And now I have too much chest and gender problems.
Yeah, funny how that works out.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, you're making a cake.
Cake?
Sorry, to somebody in chat.
What kind of cake? Are you making a cursed cake again or an actual cake?
What's up, everyone? I don't think VTubers are a mistake. I don't either. It's clickbait. It worked though. Welcome in, Fight Your Fate.
I mean, it's a question, and I mean, it's even if she doesn't agree with the question, it's still a question.
But yeah, no, you and I thought about writing this up earlier. You and I have very different titles because you're just like the state of VTuber lore and other things, and my title's just like, were VTubers a mistake?
Oh yeah, I also have this thing where I accidentally do a lot of things very similar to Evan, and I try like my hardest to not do that. It's a problem. And like it doesn't help that certain things just happen because we're friends, right? Like for example, my former alerts, I just using the Twitch alerts and this current chat box are the same as he uses. Mainly because I was just looking for a chat box like this, just super simple. That it's super simple. It's like a very standard thing, and it was on sale, so I got it.
Yeah.
And I kind of like I recognized it from Eva and I took it anyway, but that was because I wanted the chat box. I have a new chat box that I'm still fixing kind of, but it looks really cool and I got it for free. Probably from the same website, I think.
Probably.
But yeah, with the nature of my content, it's so easy to just be an Evan at home channel. And
you're the oh my god, are you the estranged love child of Evan and Mudan?
Oh my god, it's a bro. That was a problem for a long time. I swear to God, I had a moment in time that I didn't want to dye my full hair, so I was like, maybe I should just get like a streak, right? Then I started watching Mudan, and I just and then. Without even revealing that fact, people started like actually mistaking me for Mudan. I've had like a handful of people that I did not know just come randomly in my chat and like, oh, I clicked on the stream thinking you were Mudan. I'm like, first of all, my name is attached to it. But also, they probably just know.
Reading is really hard.
Yeah, but they probably just knew what Mudan looked like from like a trash taste video or whatever. And then saw my stream and then just. And I was like, how? How even? In what universe do I look like an Estonian man? Like back then, I had like different hair as well. It was more a bit swooped to the side, like, kind of similar to what Mudan has. It's very different now, luckily. Well, not that different, but it's different enough. But yeah, that was like generally a problem. I had a meme that literally just said, "It has been 0 days since someone thought I was Mudan." And people were memeing, right? Because they knew both of us, and they started realizing it and started memeing it. But there were so many people that just genuinely confused us. Or when presented with pictures of each of us, couldn't pick who Mudan was. Even if they had a picture of him next to it.
That's so bad. Because like, maybe this is just because I'm friends with you. Like, you don't look anything like Mudan to me.
No,
at all.
I don't see it either. But people were genuinely confused.
Is this like one of those never mind, I can't say that.
Oh, right. That's like, I have met Mudan very briefly once at TwitchCon, but I was feeling very sick, so I had to go home. So I stayed a bit longer to actually like say hi to him and give him a hug and meet his girlfriend. His girlfriend is so cute and pretty, and I swear to God. But because I was sick and very anxious, I forgot to ask for a selfie. So there's no evidence.
Very convenient excuse.
There's no evidence of us being different
very
people.
Likely story. Like, oh yeah, we briefly met, but I was sick. Like, I'm just kidding.
Well, there's one way to explain my lack of uploading, because apparently I'm uploading daily from Japan on a different channel.
Yeah. But Fight Your Fate, thank you for the lurk. I very, very much appreciate it. If you're not following, you should follow. I'm almost 300 followers.
Woo!
Sorry, I realize I'm trying not to promote well on the same different channels, but
let me give you a shout out.
What? No, wait. Yeah. Hope I didn't. But I did follow you, didn't I? Did you? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't even know where I am right now.
Anyway,
you are follow UB.
But yeah, if you look at it, I am kind of like a combination between Evan and Mudan, because like I've got my whole thumbnail thing and being like known as the thumbnail artist for it, just like Mudan was always known as the editor for Trash Taste, right? That was also a problem, which made me just want to either quit YouTube to just quit being associated with that, so I could just become a nobody that just commissions. Or quit the job, because I was just so sick of being always like downplayed to just that. And then my content is very VTuber related, and like I might be into VTuber lore more, but if you look at the essence of my content, it's similar to Evan in a way. So it's a problem. Like, I'm trying to be my own person, but somehow I just gravitate to things. Yeah, let's just become a booktuber again, because I was so good at that.
Apparently you were.
No, I was not. Why do you think I gave up? Why I tried to become an AnyTuber? And I'm so glad I accidentally I just posted one video related to VTuber lore, and that took off, right? So I didn't have to continue being an AnyTuber, because that wouldn't have gone very well. I think I could have made it in a way, but would have been a uphill battle, I think.
Yeah, and I think around the time period that you were starting, from what you've told me, from the time period you were starting to try to get into AnyTube was
already dying,
sort
or
of
dead.
Dying. Yeah.
Like
AnyTube isn't dead. What AnyTube is dead. Nowadays, you still have AnyTubers, but you're less from like there's less people doing just like overall content about anime.
Yeah.
And what has taken over is reviews. That is most of AnyTube nowadays, is just reviewing shows. Now you have the weird, still lone holdouts like Giga, who just keeps trucking and doing the same thing, but yeah, like
yeah, but he
everyone else has
also
ditched it.
the only reason what Giga does works and still works is because he does it well.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like what a lot of people try to do with AnyTube is like get a review out same day as the episode aired.
Yeah,
So it's
and
all like fast turnaround, very scuffed, rushed stuff just to meet the deadline. There's like I feel like the best reviews are ones that have been simmering for like a week at least.
Yeah, like I don't really care about opinion. I don't think anybody should care about like knee-jerk opinions like that, because
Yeah.
that's how you get Elden Ring 3 out of 10 don't play.
Not just that, it's also a piece of media is entertainment, but it's art. And you don't know truly what you think about a piece of art 5 seconds after you're done watching it. You have an inkling, but it needs to simmer. You need to think about it. You need to like go over it. And perhaps talk to another human being about it.
Is I will say, yeah, there's I can think of like I think I can count on one hand how many instances of like I watched something and when the credits hit for it, I just went, whoa.
Mhm.
Like, and it just sent me into this thought spiral. Most of the other stuff, I'm just like, all right, next thing. And then I think about it later. So yeah.
I have so many things that I watched and I enjoyed it, but I didn't know what I thought about it. And then I started discussing it with people, and then I start realizing how I truly feel about things. Then I start nitpicking it, and then like, oh, there are actually big parts that I did not like. But in the context, I did. And then you have a much deeper opinion about something. That's why I don't necessarily mind that I sometimes upload my videos about new lore like a week late. Because then I can take my time for it. With other things, I just know that if I don't upload it right away, that video is not worth making. Which is sad.
Mm.
So, yeah. I don't
know. I can't contribute much in that direction because the amount of content that never made it to YouTube. Like I'm like my upload to archive ratio for YouTube content is like 90-10. It's kind of bad, or like 90-10 toward archived. It's not great.
No.
I had a stream I was doing where I was going to record what it's like to start Neopets from scratch, not knowing anything in the year of 2024. Like if you were to just to go in, which free idea, anybody can take it. It's it's now cursed on my end. I can't do it anymore.
Oh god. Oh yeah, your PC just died, right?
No, it wasn't that.
Oh.
Which I didn't talk about it in the time, but
I
was
think I
looking
know.
at the website.
Yeah, I don't.
No, I'll say it. It's gone now. I since deleted it. There's no trace of it anymore.
Okay, yeah.
So I had started into it, and I was kind of going over my initial thoughts about the website and the fact that when you first go onto it, it's kind of hard to find the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's more like just calendar events and character showcases, and you're like, great, I gotta click this tiny little button over at the top and then go into a drop down menu, and even then it's not clear where you start the game. But I didn't get that far because I clicked on a merch link and it went straight to Amazon, which showed my name and location.
Oh yeah, I'm so glad that by default my camera is in the right corner, well, the left corner, but like the right corner, that if I go to Amazon, it always covers it.
Yeah, I wish I was smart enough for that.
That's one perk of being a face streamer and having an actual camera box versus floating somewhere in the ether.
So one of the things, I will spoil this, just because I think it's funny, and I've seen plenty of other VTubers do it, so it's not a new concept. I have actually been working on a camera box for certain scenes, like when I'm gaming or browsing. I have been working on one.
I had a friend who did that. Like they took a picture of their own like actual room and used it as a background. And they had like a microphone PNG and they edited on top, and it looked so funny.
I did that one day as a prank, because like somebody said it, and like I had it already halfway made in OBS. It was just hidden because I had been testing it out offline, and somebody made the joke in my starting soon screen. That like, what if I had like a camera box? And I was like, that's so hilarious because I do. So I or no, it wasn't that. That happened later. What happened was somebody was just like, face reveal when like turn your camera on, and I was like, okay. And like I had set up that box, so like I had just turned it on, and I hid my model for a second, which I didn't really hide the model. I just ducked it back and turned on a mask so it would only show up in that box.
Oh yeah.
But like I turned on this like very real, like semi-realistic like background of a room.
That's funny.
I was like, all right, hold on a second, chat. And then my little VTuber model popped up, and it was like, did you really think I was gonna do that? What the hell? Like,
what I do see some people do is that they have like just like you made a border right now. Yeah, they have some sort of widget that they can use to like crop off their model so that it can float anywhere on the screen. So it doesn't need to be at the bottom.
Yeah, but that's actually I would love to come up with like an actual distributable package that like takes all of that information, and you can just quickly plug in things, and bam, instead of you having to design it yourself, it's just bam, there's your little VTuber like camera box.
It's easy to do the scuff way though. It's relatively easy to make it the scuff way.
Yeah, I am a little granted, I'm a little discouraged. This is an entirely a sidebar at this point. I'm a little discouraged on creating like extensions and plugins and stuff. I had actually been working on a lot of stuff, including I had started working on streaming extensions for VStream.
Yeah.
And if you are unfamiliar, VStream was a platform, keyword was, that was VTuber focused. They were supposed to be a VTuber centric streaming platform, and things were going really well until all of their funding fell through. They could not, their next round of funding completely came up dry, and they were like, we have to shut down, and they shut down 2 days ago.
Yeah, like the timeline is not even something that happened like last year or something. No, it shut down 2 days ago.
Yeah. And it was so, I had literally just done my first stream on VStream, and I had been so inspired. I even I custom designed a bunch of stuff for that day. I had a whole separate scene collection with like a whole separate overlays that I had dynamic overlays I had coded specifically for VStream. And I was already in the process of working on more stuff, and I was setting up my own custom code for it. And then I opened up Twitter while I was working on it to find out, oh, okay, well, all that just went in the trash. Because I'd finished up stream that day, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna work on this a little bit. So I spent half an hour working on it, and then I was just like, what's going on Twitter, by the way? I see I have notification. And then I closed my coding program, dragged the stuff into the trash can, and was like, all right.
Yeah, I saw the announcement, and I first immediately thought of you, and poor Nat.
I just made so much stuff.
I didn't even know you were working on things. I just knew that you were you wanted to try it out and do it sometimes. And I'm like, oh, that's sad.
I saw so much opportunity for extensions, and they had just released their API, and I was like, I could do so much. They've set up a very well-made API. I can make a lot of cool stuff. Nope. So now I fell back here to Twitch again.
It was so well made that it cost them so much money that they just ran out of it.
Yeah, they said their server costs were $50,000 a month, something like that. That is insane.
They were probably running it themselves then.
What do you mean, the servers?
Yeah, because with the amount of traffic, maybe because there's a base cost of hiring services from other people.
Oh yeah, they were using. They weren't using Amazon Web Services. I don't think they were using whatever Google's data
Yeah.
service thing is. They were using that.
Yeah, stuff like that isn't
Um,
worth it unless you have a lot of users to back it
yeah,
up.
which
Yeah.
unfortunately their user base was growing too slow, and I think that's what spooked the investors, and they all ran off.
Yeah, but also there was very little what would entice people to check it out over Twitch because it was just VTubers. And like,
I think
it's not just that you it's cool to have that as a platform for the VTubers, but you cannot have a platform without the viewers.
well, it's like the one thing that chased a lot of creators away or discouraged a lot of creators was honestly the monetization. Not to sound like, you know, not to sound like one of those people like the money is really what matters, but like when you're trying to earn money so that you can, you know, eat and continue to commit the time to do something like this, yeah, you have to make money somewhere. Unfortunately, like food costs money.
Yeah.
So and if you want to make improvements to your streaming model and all that, that's got to come from somewhere. You can't have a subathon for every little expense. Like sometimes you just have to earn and save over time. And their monetization requirements were through the roof. Like you had to have like 500 followers before you could even consider for that. You had to have like over
That's
100
insane.
stream hours. Yeah, like and you
And that's
couldn't
for
even
basic, like for even some monetization.
That's just for their base level monetization. You had to have 500 followers, and I think
Most VTubers don't get there.
yeah, like there were I think there were only like 24 people who met those requirements. There are only two.
And with
Like,
how little people that were on the website to begin with, that's like with just the VTubers themselves, you would almost need every other creator on the platform to follow you to meet it.
exactly. And like like I said, there were a few. Like even on my first stream with VStream, my only stream, the like I had like monetized like affiliate of equivalent creators pop into my chat. So like there definitely were enough, but the problem was at first I was just like, oh cool, I've already gotten noticed by another creator. But then I thought about it and I'm like, there's not a lot of people streaming on here. It's not hard to be discovered on this platform by people who are already here, but it's so hard to convert an audience there because there's not enough creators who care because they got ran off by the high monetization requirement.
Yeah, but also
Like-
you would need to grab an audience from a different platform and take them there.
Exactly.
Like you wouldn't, like you cannot appease to the existing audience there. Like if I would go live on YouTube, it's a different audience. But I don't need to take my Twitch audience there because there are different people that will watch me there. Obviously there's overlap. But
yeah, but that overlap is such a small percentage.
I can do Twitch streams and YouTube streams and like the content would be nothing connected at all. But I can do both without advertising one of the other to make either successful. And similar on like Cake, there is an audience there. Whether it's an audience you want is a different question, but there is an audience. If you got banned on Twitch and YouTube today, you could start from scratch on Cake if you wanted to. You couldn't on VStream.
Can I drop a hot take here?
Yeah.
Multi-streaming is not it.
No. It's stressful.
So many people seem to think that multi-streaming is the meta, and at first that was my take, right? Like, how can I am having enough trouble keeping up with one platform worth of stuff, and trying to keep up with a second platform is not worth it. But like trying to stream to multiple platforms, like I know not everybody agrees with me on this, and that's fine. This is just my opinion. I'm not saying this is fact. YouTube and Twitch, just taking those two, are very different platforms, and people keep trying to compare them and say like they're competing with each other. They're not competing with each other.
No, it's different audience, different content.
yeah, when you go to YouTube, you're expecting wildly different content than you see on Twitch. And it drives me crazy that so many people are trying to make you conform YouTube to be more Twitch like. And it's like, that's not going to happen. Even people who we are like mutuals or friends with, like, are trying to do stuff on YouTube that it's like, oh, yeah, I'm bringing all the features over from Twitch. It's not about the features, it's about the expectations, about the vibe. Like people are just expecting very, very different things on YouTube. So I think multi-streaming hurts you in the long run because you can't just cater to one or the other. Like you can't just be like, you're not doing a stream for both platforms. You're doing a stream for one platform that just happens to be going to other ones.
I think the only way that multi-streaming is good is if you're, first of all, big enough that your chat goes so fast that you couldn't keep up with it to begin with. So if it's two chats
Right.
running together, it's fine. Or if you're like, for example, like Shodo, he has decided to multi-stream more because Twitch in Korea shut down, and he has a lot of Korean viewers. So he wants them to
Right.
be able to get access to his streams live. Like he has a VOD channel, like they could get the VODs, right? But they couldn't watch live, which is for most people the thrill, like the thing they like about it. Just hanging in chat with other people and watching it live. And then you have people like Quinn Bennett who do multi-streams because there is from his previous creative endeavors, he has a very large YouTube or YouTube preferring audience. Like if he would only stream on Twitch, a lot of them would still watch him. But for him currently, he just needs as many people to know where he is and what kind of content he makes. So he is multi-streaming most of the time. He has said that he might not do it forever, but currently catering to the people that know him from YouTube and make them acquainted with his content that is also going on Twitch and doing some Twitch only streams does make it easier for them to convert to Twitch viewers. And people like Mary just does whatever and it works for him.
Oh, yeah. No, like, yeah, Mary again is one of those, like, he's the exception, not the rule, but it is definitely like, I think we could possibly learn something from him.
He genuinely tries to keep up with chat as much as possible.
He streams to multiple platforms. He streams to Twitch, but he also streams to Bilibili.
Yeah,
And,
but the Bilibili are Bilibili exclusive. You cannot multi-stream. It's not allowed.
Oh yeah. But I'm saying he does those separate streams,
Mhm.
like, and that actually kind of ties in. And I think Mary is a very good case study in this regard. Along with, I don't think multi-streaming is it because you have to, like, most people are just doing a stream for one platform that happens to be shown on other platforms.
Mhm.
And I think it takes a special talent to be able to create a stream that caters to every platform simultaneously without homogenizing yourself down to the point where you're just boring.
Mhm.
Like, you have to find a way to make it interesting. But Mary is like a weird case study there, because he is generally, while some of his mannerisms change, some of his topics change between websites, between platforms, he's still generally just the same.
Yeah.
And I've seen that is not a successful tactic for other streamers, because I'll see those streamers like, oh, I stream on, YouTube and Twitch, but I'll have some Twitch streams in the week and I'll have some YouTube streams in the week. And they go back and forth, and they're trying to find this midpoint of how can I do both of these separately. And they either try to go towards like homogenizing themselves and trying to find a way to like cater both of them simultaneously, or they go to the other platform and they're like, okay, my stream is on YouTube today, and then they turn around to do a Twitch stream and nobody's interested.
Mhm.
And they're just like, I don't understand, this platform isn't taking off for me. It's because you're doing the wrong thing. And meanwhile, you have cases like Mary. Another good example is Meow Moonified. I
Oh,
know
yeah.
it's been 0 days since Natalie brought up Mooney, but like she can stream on both Twitch and YouTube. She actually multi-streams and
Yeah.
she keeps up with both chats, and it's good content both ways. Like,
Mooney's just crazy, to be fair. That's
yeah,
but also like there's a quality to being a YouTube VTuber that you just need to have to work with the YouTube audience. And she has that, and Mary has that as well. Like having that quality doesn't like take away from having the quality you need for Twitch. Like those can exist at the same time. But for a Twitch VTuber, you don't need the same things. You just need to be a streamer. But to be a YouTube streamer, there's just something else to it. And Mooney hits the spot, Mary hits the spot, and there are people that can just switch to that mode for the YouTube streams.
right.
Like Kuro is also a good example. He has done multi-streams, but he also has done YouTube-only streams lately. He just switches in a different mode. And it works really well for him. And yeah, there's no reason at all why that's the case, obviously, but
How do we get here?
I don't know. But speaking of multi-streaming though, like I had an idea, which is kind of like different than what a lot of people are doing. Like a lot of people are just like either multi-streaming or they're doing Twitch streams and YouTube streams and like trying to balance the two. I kind of just want to do specific YouTube streams every once in a while, but multi-stream them to Twitch. And because they're rare enough, they're catered to my YouTube audience, but doing one stream that is like not fully Twitch catered, but my Twitch audience is also interested in. But to appease my YouTube audience, like I'm doing it the other way around. It's a theory still. I've done a couple, but because I had technical difficulties and other reasons why it wasn't succeeding. But I want to try that. Like once every week, like one stream. It's like it's YouTube related content, but I'm also streaming it to Twitch because they're also interested, and they might not like YouTube. So it's like the idea is the other way around. Whether it's gonna succeed, I don't know yet. But yeah, that's. And then, like, everything else just exists on Twitch. They're non-planned streams for the most part. Games, reacting, whatever. But if like I said, like, the VTuber lore bingo, that's something that's for YouTube, but I might as well multi-stream it because my Twitch audience, I think they like the extra bonus stream there. Doesn't matter what it is about because I know they are into that regardless.
Well,
but it's for my YouTube audience first thing.
I thought about this before, and I originally this was my prior train of thought, and like months ago, and I've backed off of it a little bit because there's more nuance to it than that. But I don't like YouTube streams. Let me see if I can nail why. My thinking is that, and what makes YouTube's like chat culture,
Thank you, Rye.
What makes YouTube's chat culture and like viewer culture, what makes Twitch culture's YouTube or Twitch like chat culture, words are hard.
Yeah, they are.
I also have to use the bathroom again.
I need to in a bit as well. What makes
those platforms cultures do so differently is you go to Twitch for interactivity and you go to YouTube for content. Nobody goes to YouTube for interactivity because like they're gonna get side-eyed and be like, why are you doing this? Whereas like if you come here and like you go on Twitch and you start poking at the content creator going, do something, like why are you just sitting there talking, do something? Like people are gonna get very upset with you because you're expecting YouTube style stuff on, like can't do both. And except for the very few people who can sit there and switch back and forth between those two things like crazy people. But like for instance, I tried I did my episodes of Dreamlog here on Twitch. and I like this started out with 48 questions. 48 questions was a very structured, like long form session piece of content that as I was thinking about it, I was like, I want to create this interactive show, right? And I think it's too long for YouTube. So I'm going to try it on Twitch. I'm going to try to develop this show on Twitch, and putting aside the like 8 other reasons I ditched 48 questions.
Yeah, one of the reasons I see at the bottom of my OBS.
We knew that. But like okay, this actually isn't even that long for me at this point. But like I started out because I was just like, I want to create an interactive interview show.
Mm-hmm.
And I very quickly realized I was trying to do 2 things at once.
Yeah.
2 very opposite things. I was trying to create content that was also interactive. And I was like, there's ways to do that. It was not the right way to go about it.
No.
And I dropped 48 questions because I was like, okay, I want chat to be involved. Okay, right. But I also noticed that I am very into the rambling side of things. Thank you. And it was you and like 3 other episodes that finally made me go like, okay, yeah, 48 questions is not my show. I still think it's a good concept. It's just not good in my hands.
I think
I don't think it's worth doing live.
I think it's like the stuff that works best to just hop into a VC with someone, take the afternoon and record it, and then finish the edited version. That way you also don't have to be perfect all the time. You can just do retakes and everything. And splice together things a bit more, and especially if it's audio only, then it makes it even easier. But what you're saying, like, people want to be involved, but also want content. And currently, with my type of content, a lot of things is I react to stuff and discuss with chat. So I do both, and I'm currently small enough that I can keep up with both chats. Because my chat doesn't go very fast.
Yeah, mine doesn't either.
It goes faster than mine. And because how I've grown so far is with that type of content. So I know currently with my size, it would work for the interactivity part and like the content part. Like it's because it's both. People can be involved, but it's not hyperactive involvement. But I'm still discussing with chat and looking for their input. But because my chats don't go as fast, I still do my own thing. So everyone can feel as involved as they want, but if they're lurking, it's not like a hyperactive train of me reacting to chat only. Which obviously would need to be adapted if that would change, but for short term, I'm gonna try it. See how it goes. And that
Also,
way, any VTuber related VODs would immediately be on my main channel.
I just have to send you a screenshot because I think you'll find it funny.
Oh god. Yeah.
Just gone. Yeah.
I saw that earlier. That's funny. Anyway, I need to run to the bathroom and then
yeah, I do as well. We have ads coming up.
Yeah, and I'm also gonna say like I think I should head off in like 30 minutes because it's like 8:30 currently.
Yeah, that's kind of my initial prediction was about 4.5 hours.
Yeah,
so that's what I was telling somebody else. Like I think it's not going to be full 7 hours. There's no shot.
Oh no, I wouldn't be able to do that.
You're not going to sit on here from 2 to 10 or 3 to 10, whatever.
4.
4.
Yeah.
Math is hard.
Yeah,
anyway,
very hard. Yeah. Let's take a bathroom break and an ad break. I will just manually click on the ads at this point so they don't run later. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna be gone for a few minutes because I have back problems. I have to take a little like stroller at my house to stretch out. So I will be back in about like 5-6 minutes.
Okay. See you in a bit, chat. I'm gonna roll Nat. Back in a bit.
Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
And I opened Twitter and I want to yell at some people.
Oh. What happened?
EXO's also gone hiatus.
No.
His last stream is like in June, but like, ah!
Yeah. What was it? I don't know if she is still here. I don't know if she.
Stella also. So I
Yeah.
already retweeted Underhill. He was like, EXO and Stella are both on going hiatus. It's time for Seth Kiryu.
Yeah.
I'm gonna yell
They,
them a DM later.
No, don't yell at them. They probably have their reasons.
I can yell without being mean.
Okay. I'm the talking emotes. I haven't seen that in a while. So yeah, I know you want to head out soon, so I will try to wrap up to the second thing.
Okay.
Which I think will take us less time, is there is something that I have talked about occasionally, which is I have I have this theory that there's a VTuber renaissance coming.
Like,
I
as
don't know
in
how
things are gonna get shaken up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Something
I
is going
hope
to.
so.
It's not even a hope, and like I don't think I'm huffing copium on this. I think something is going to some change is going to come along that is going to completely change VTubing as a whole. I don't know what it is.
To be fair,
but
something needs to change as well. Also, fuck you,
It
Rai.
does.
You just tweeted at me, I'm going on hiatus. But yeah, like something definitely needs to change, because currently a lot of things are based on how, especially debuts, on how agency VTubers do things, and we're all seeing how that's going.
Yeah,
so,
we're not gonna talk about that. But
so something needs to change even for agency VTubers. So if that's like a start of change, that agency VTubing is gonna change up and indies are following, that's already a good thing. But I also hope that indies will try and differentiate themselves a bit more. Because
yeah, it's like, yes, things do need to change, but this is separate. I cannot tell you why. I cannot tell you what it is, and I cannot tell you how far it is, except for it's sometime within the next year.
okay.
I can feel it. I it's just a feeling, and I've been right on a lot of like predictive hunches before.
If something happens that falls within that theory, just add me or DM me.
Yeah, like,
because I'm not gonna see it or connect the dots.
And if you want my credentials for this like weird Nostradamus type thing I'm doing, look at how much I predicted about Astraline.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I was right on so many counts. Not to mention the fact I spotted the thing Nick was trying to do.
that was so funny.
That was so because even like Raylis, we were both at Raylis's like chat, and like I said that, and I was like, I promise I'm not self-promoting, because usually you try not like bring up like it's kind of a social, it's like a faux pas to like start like advertising yourself or talking about your streaming activities in somebody else's chat. But I was just like, this is very pertinent. Like, here's my credentials. I know what I'm talking about. This is pre-recorded. And Raylis was like, nah, it's just he's pretty good at this video as a video essayist. He's been doing it for a long time on Nightmind. So yeah, no, this is all live. And then not 15 minutes later, he finished up his bit and like changed scenes and went, I bet you guys didn't know that was pre-recorded, did you? And I was like, I fucking knew it. Like,
even if he didn't say that, the fucking mic gave it away. Like,
that too.
His live mic was so scuffed. So if he just changed scenes and like continued as if nothing happened, you would be able to tell. So it was good that he was like, I bet you didn't realize it wasn't live.
So. Nat, what do you predict in my future? Beware of toasters.
Don't go to Centraeus chat.
Yeah. Quick update. Everything is fucked. I blame God. I do too.
Yeah, Breeze was trying to assemble furniture for the last 4 hours.
Yeah. So don't go in bathtubs. Well, okay, that's separate. That is. Do not use this prediction as an excuse to not shower. Please go shower. Bathe yourself. So do you think that there is a like VTuber renaissance over the horizon within the next year?
Well, it's less of a prediction as in like I feel it in my water and bones, and more of a something needs to change or things are gonna fall apart. And just like with natural evolution, if something needs to change to survive, that change will happen. And I think a lot of smart people are gonna see that ahead of time, and I think people are already working on that to first of all set themselves apart a bit more, but also fix what is currently, it's not broken, but it's like falling apart.
Right.
And like that there are gonna be a few people that we probably haven't heard of to this day, that are gonna use that, get ahead, and probably trigger said renaissance because they're like changing things out of the ordinary, and other people are gonna take notice, and it will just be a tidal wave. It's gonna be slow at first.
Yeah.
But the changes that need to happen will need to be big. In all parts of VTubing, not just in his agency specifically.
Yeah, no, it's something to me. I think it's something that's going to be going to affect the entire industry. It's going to affect it as a whole, not just the indie scene, not just the corporate VTuber scene. It's going to hit everything. And I thought about it, and like I considered maybe it starts off as like some extension, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of our tools for VTubing are starting to become outdated. Like one of the most popular thing, Twitch integrated throwing system, that is abandonware. It has not received. It's abandonware. Basically, like software where the developer has just stopped working on it. They've given up on it, and people can. There are still people huffing copium saying like, no, it's going to get updated soon. It's going to get updated soon. That program has not received an update in 2 years.
Yeah, it also has a sister program where you can make chat change colors of your art meshes.
That also came out 1.5 years ago.
Yeah, and like
that's...
I've also like I usually say this in videos when I'm talking about like some big VTuber graduating. Like if they've been with an agency or been a VTuber for 3 years, 3 years is an eternity. Like, to think like Iron Mouse has been around for 6 years, so that's like fucking dinosaur times. And 3 years ago, it's kind of where civilization starts springing up, right? Like that's like because we saw, but during the pandemic, we saw a lot of people becoming VTubers, but VTubing's becoming like the shape we kind of know it as today is more like 3 years ago than 4.
Yeah.
So
because there's definitely VTubing before 2020 and VTubing after 2020 because
but I genuinely think like 2021, that's where NijiN started. That's where like when did VShojo start? I think they've been around for like 3 years, so it's similar time frame. Hollow EN, I think also similar time frame, right? So that's where the people that we see now as like the gods of the industry just started. And like a lot of people from the 2020 era are now returning either because they left the agency they were with or they're just otherwise returning. It's like the senpais are coming back. But a lot of like other big people like Pomu Rainpath, they graduated, or Selene who got terminated. But like for Pomu to leave, like that's something I said in the video I made about her. 3 years is a fucking eternity.
Yeah.
So much changed. If the Pomu Rainbow in that same state would debut today, she would not be successful at all. And that's not because she's not talented. It's because it's so saturated. She had the luck of the timing being different back then, but right now everyone tried to be Pomu Rainpuff.
Yeah, and it's also, there's the layer of a lot of who we look up to that that has been around forever, either began VTubing before or during the honeymoon phase.
Yeah.
Like you have people that obviously predated the honeymoon phase, which are like Iron Mouse, like Project Melody. Project Melody, you can tie a lot of the honeymoon phase to her.
There's also a lot of people that started back then but didn't blow up until very recently. Like, if you think about it, Shy Lily has been around since the very awkward 3D model phases.
Yeah.
But she didn't blow up until she got the really pretty 2D model.
Yeah, and then we also talk about like Keys and I. Keys and I existed way before the honeymoon phase.
The person behind her is resigned.
Say what? Yes, I saw it. Like, yeah, one of the voice actors behind her resigned.
Yeah.
There's Keys and I has like fucking like 10 voice actors and like motion actors. But yeah, Keys and I is a concept. We call her like the great grandmother of all like modern VTubers, but like
she isn't really a VTuber in that sense. Maybe she started as one, but if she indeed if she indeed has like multiple people that voice act and like motion capture her, then she's closer to Hatsune Miku than the modern day VTuber.
Well, okay, but here's the thing you have to consider. Look, first off, if I remember correctly, Kizuna was the first person to say, like, use the term VTuber. She was saying virtual YouTuber for the longest time, or virtual creator, and then one day she said VTuber, and that's kind of how that took off.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But she also existed in a time before we had codified as a community, as an industry, that it's one person, one character. That was not a standard. That was not a standard. You did not have the expectation that one person was going to stay behind that model every time. That didn't come around until later.
Yeah, you kind of still see that notion. Like, there's a K-pop group that's called Plave, and they use like 3D models like VTubers would. Like I say, as if they're like K-pop stars, but they're VTubers with 3D models. And someone got sick and had to like take a hiatus. And everyone was confused because they were like, well, then just get someone else to do the dances, whatever. And people had to remind them, like, this is just a singular person that just uses a model and this name. But it's still one singular person. It's not a group of people. It's not fabricated like that. And they were like, oh, really? But that's because there's still, like, even though VTubing has become more popular and more people are knowing those basics, it's not that common knowledge in other industries and other fandoms.
Yes, that's it. Disagree. Fight. Not fighting as a...
No, we're too mature for that.
Well, speak for yourself.
I also think that if we truly disagree, we would tangent before we start yelling at each other.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, so like, yeah, like, so I don't necessarily judge like the company behind Keys and trying to do multiple actors, because there was no standard. That wasn't considered like a faux pas to have multiple people, or like recasting people. That wasn't a thing. They just saw it as, we have this character. The character needs to continue going, and the person we have behind it can't be doing as much content as we want them to do. So their solution was, let's bring in more people, which then resulted in, now granted, the whole split personality thing, I don't know how that, but if they tried it, nobody else had at that point, so we wouldn't know that didn't work unless they tried it. But we can't. How do you know that the whole scene was experimental at the time? everybody was making stuff up as they went along.
Yeah, it's true, but
And-
I feel like even I don't know, it might just be my own bias. Like certain things just they're different things to try. I don't know.
So you don't think a VTuber could have multiple personalities?
I mean, I think they can. I don't like the fact that they fabricated it just to make the different voice actors more accurate.
Fair enough.
That's like as if you're you have an AI VTuber that is very bad at communicating with people, and then saying like, "Oh, they're just autistic," right?
Just remember, everyone, this whole industry started because a news station wanted to have an anime girl tell the weather.
I mean,
And not only well, not just the weather. They wanted an anime girl to talk about like the lottery. That's how this started.
I mean, if that didn't happen, I think VTubing would have evolved regardless. Because people want to look at cute anime girls doing cute anime things in real time.
But it is interesting. My posture's terrible. Sorry. I'm getting everybody is redeeming everything at this moment.
It's not everybody, it's just Babu.
No, it's Fred is redeeming something. Or no, it was all Babu. Babu, stop spamming. Anyway, if
Why are you down bad?
it's kind of interesting to think about.
Oh my
what
god, that was
directions-
so loud.
Did you
Oh,
get screamed at?
no. Someone redeemed something, and apparently there was an alert tied to that, and I didn't know that. So aside from the alert, which was already loud, so I had a loud alert on top of it.
Oh,
That was great.
you gonna be all right?
Oh yeah, I need to turn that down. Babu!
Oh yeah, no.
What the fuck is that name? Are you seeing that? Look at the person that just followed me. I'm not gonna say your name on loud, but thank you for the follow.
I'll say it out loud. I'm not committing tax fraud. Also, thank you for the follow. Crazy. But anyway,
What the fuck is Ezzy
what
playing?
was it?
What?
So
Oh,
it's
so
interesting
loud.
to think about
It's so loud.
because I wanted to do. Oh no, there was this stream or a video series. I tried multiple things, but I've decided it's cursed.
Mhm.
Because every time I attempt to do it or I plan to do it, something catastrophic happens.
Oh yeah.
I decided most recently I was just like, okay, maybe it's just cursed for the stream concept. I'll change it so that it's just a YouTube series. I'll record it offline. So I started planning out recording it offline, and then I had like the septic backup, like nightmare mode kick in, and now my house is literally half ripped apart because it's like
Oh yeah.
like at first I was just like, I started working and I'm like, okay, we're good, right? Like I got part through the work and I was like, okay, the curse is broken, and then it just came in swinging hard, and I'm like, this is cursed. But I was going to talk about the history of VTubers and kind of how we got here, and like talking about different concept. The whole reason is there are so many people I have a disproportionately large amount of my audience who don't know anything about VTubers.
Oh man.
Yeah, like, and as I get more VTubery, some of them have left, but I still have some around that are just like, even some of my mods knew nothing about VTubing, and I was just like, this, I have to make this. And now the universe is telling me to stop. But I talked about there are three main answers for when people talk about where VTubing started, and that is Keys and I, who is considered the sort of herald of modern VTubing. You have Amai Yamato, who was the first person to use a virtual model for the purposes of content creation. She created a YouTube channel where it was her 3D model like overlaid onto herself. allegedly. She hasn't shown her process yet. And before that, the first thing we can point to that looks like what we know as VTubers was Weatheroid Type A Irie.
Yeah, Mary
Which-
keeps talking about that.
Yeah.
Every chance he gets, he is like, "Did you know Kisuna Ai was not the first VTuber? It was actually some
Yeah.
weather girl." And like, I'm like, "Did you just learn that script by heart?"
Yeah, no, funny enough, I didn't get that from here. I came to that conclusion entirely separately because I started doing the research, and as I started digging back, I started comparing dates because everybody's like, no, it was a Mai Yamato. A Mai Yamato was first. And then I'm like sitting there like digging through a VTuber wiki, and I run across Irie, and like I look up all of her information, all the videos and stuff. No, she was VTube, basically what we know as a VTuber with a rigged 2D digital model 2 years before a Mai Yamato.
No shit.
Yeah, like she started in 2012.
That's early.
Yes. So she precedes us by like almost a decade.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. Like those techniques were already there, and she was using a rudimentary version of what came to be known as live 2D.
But
With very rudimentary face tracking and like model tracking that you look at nowadays, and it is the jankiest looking thing you've ever seen.
to be
But
fair,
it
if
looks
you
like
look
what
at
we use now.
if you look at what a lot of big VTubers started with 6 years ago, that was already janky as fuck.
The annoying orange is not a VTuber. So, yeah, like she predates the community and the industry so far ahead of things that it's just like, how did this pop up
Mhm.
and then just simmer for years until suddenly like we have somebody like a company that's like, and aside from the idol industry, go, what if we took the concept of like a Vocaloid and put like a solid actor behind it and give them like a full like regular character, and we have them make content? And it's so interesting to think about. We had such a slim margin of opportunity for the VTubing community and like VTubing in general to evolve like without the influence of the idol industry. Like it very well, we could have been looking at very, very different things nowadays, but because it developed from the idol industry, there's such a high expectation of music, and there's so much like DNA of like Japanese culture and idol culture that seeps into even the most like gun-toting American VTuber. Like they still have those like very heavy Japanese influences, even if they don't know what they're like, they don't know they're doing it.
Oh yeah, and
And-
that's fully because of the agencies, because they mass-produced VTubers to be digital idols.
Yeah.
It's not even that indies like by accident take inspiration from idol culture because it has overlap. It's agencies actively pushing the digital idol idea.
Yeah.
And then making
And-
English branches, and then that gets carried over to the English VTubers that were doing their own thing. They were just streamers with a model before, but it became more and more idol related.
Is Max Headroom a VTuber? That's actually a good question. Technically, no. Max Headroom was a person who was filmed with a camera and then heavily rotoscoped over to give him a more like 3D character feeling. But no, he was not a VTuber.
No, that's just an edited person.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like even with Keys and I, Keys and I was supposed to be an experiment to see if digital idols as content creators with content creating added on could be like was that doable? Was that something that people could hook onto long term? And people hooked on really fast, because all like Keys and I blew up so much that they weren't advertising her outside of Japan. People outside of Japan just heard of her.
Yeah, I think
And-
maybe because with regular idols, they don't really have an internet presence. It's just the music. So a lot of people just want to be a fan of someone they have a bit more access to, that is making more content than just like a new music video every 3 months. Like you have 3 minutes of footage of like a 20-person group every 3 months.
Yeah.
And now you have streams and like they're reading the chat and like they're talking to you. It's kind of insane.
It's like it's taking that concept of like an idol meet and greet and doing something that's just streamed into the home.
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't need to do a meet and greet anymore. Now you just have the streams to replace that, which is ironic because now VTubers have meet and greets full circle. Time is a flat circle. Nothing is new. But like it was like I would love to follow the sugar coated idea that it was just like, what if we made digital idols? What they were really doing was the idol industry was looking at the fact that like we keep having to toss out these idols, like, you know, bring up and produce and toss out these idols because they're aging.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and within like a year or two, like they don't look like what people expect out of idols anymore. So we're just burning through talent at a rapid pace. So what if they didn't age? And that's how we got here.
It's not just age though. It's also it's somewhat is age, but if you're like exposed to as much stress and pressure that you are as an idol, you just age 10 years in one.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Or you get sick, or like your appearance will just, even if aging was not the problem, your appearance will just go down the drain regardless.
Yeah.
Or you just become mentally ill.
Look, I'd age 10 years too if I had a company telling me when and what I could eat.
Man, there's so many like out of like most idols that just die, they either just like fell to the ground dying, or they they killed themselves in
Right.
Minecraft and in Fortnite.
Yeah. Which is sad. But it's a lot of pressure, and
they're like my age.
yeah.
That's like the terrifying part. Like I'm about to turn 24. Most of them don't make it to 24.
Yeah.
Either they're kicked out or they're dead.
I'm gonna say it's the I guess it's like the adage of like the candle that burns twice as fast, or burns twice as bright, burns twice as fast kind of thing. Except in this analogy, they're taking a fucking flamethrower to the candle.
No, they just dropped that thing in an active volcano and just told you to swim.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's unfortunate that, and I think people look at some of the mentalities very much like what we were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I blame Apple, but I blame Apple as much as I blame the French on a lot of things. But this idea that you have to stay updated, you have to look good, you have to look like the modern standards.
Mm-hmm.
That, as much as we don't like to admit it, comes from that really toxic idol culture that VTubing unfortunately took as a huge influence as it developed.
Yeah.
And fuck the French, or fuck the French, depending. Sorry.
And even if it's not
Anyway.
just idol culture, it's famous people in general. Like here, even in the West, famous people are still held to a standard, like a giant standard. It's less parasocial, but as soon as someone is like photographed without makeup, people think they're dying.
Yeah.
And like the stress from just those rumors, even though you know, like that's just what the fuck, you know, that just eats on you, regardless. And then you don't even have the same pressure of like you have to stay exactly this way, you have to look exactly like that. It's just people see that and run with it, but because it's not like 5 eyes on you in the supermarket, it's thousands and thousands all over the world with access to the internet. Ugh. And I think even if idol culture, like Japanese or like just Asian idol culture, wouldn't weigh into it, you would still have like famous people culture. And like even big
Yeah.
YouTubers have that. They have to be perfect because there's so many eyes on them that every little mistake is gonna be picked apart. Even if it's not meant to be like that, it's just the more eyes are on you, every mistake is gonna get noticed by tenfold for every X amount of people that are watching you. Like even
Yeah.
Minecraft YouTubers that don't show their face. They're like, oh, he sounded tired. Could he be sick? Could he be thinking about quitting? And they're just playing a block game. Oh, on that topic, I fully believe that with how certain camless Minecraft content is presented, that they count as VTubers in a way.
That is a whole other discussion stream. Which, speaking of, I know you said that you wanted to head off
Yeah.
soon, so we're gonna go ahead and wrap up. We went a little over the time we were expecting.
Are you gonna
So
continue
yes.
streaming or?
I think I'm also going to wrap up.
Yeah.
But yes, thank you everyone for coming to episode 1 of the Ezzy and Nat Talk Too Much podcast. That's a joke. We don't.
JoJo's gonna sue.
Yeah. No, super.
He's gonna sue.
But yeah. I'm just kidding. Unless
We can do more of these, and if it eventually lends to something, we can go back and rename the VOD.
there we go. Except I had to get rid of my VOD, which you should probably hide yours too.
Yeah, I'll hide mine, but I'll edit out the thing before I put it on YouTube.
I'll have to. Okay, so you are going to make a YouTube video out of this. I did not have a plan to do that. So you are welcome to.
Well, it's for sure going on my VOD channel, which for some reason is getting a lot of attention. Like, I got a VOD with 2.7k views. And another one with 800. Before, my top VOD was like 300. And I was like, okay, it's anime trailers. And the other one with 800 is also anime trailers. And then the 100 women challenge thing got 2.7k views. And I was like, what the fuck?
What is happening? Yeah.
I don't know what happened there. So yeah, definitely going on the VOD channel.
But yeah, thank you for doing this today.
Yeah, of course.
I appreciate it.
I love talking to you, and I love like chat. Like sometimes it's easier to type things because then you don't have to formulate physical words. That is not even the way to like. That's not a descriptive word. However, but just shooting the shit and just going on to tangents and just actually talking definitely makes it easier. Because now in like almost 5 hours, we talked about more things than we probably would have talked about in a week, because we both get distracted very easily.
Yeah. But
it's a thing.
I guess the very, very last thing, which I think has a simple like answer. Do you think the VTuber community was a mistake?
No. I think it generally added stuff to it and gave a type of freedom. Like, of course, already existed in faceless creators, but with how content creation has been changing over the years, people will want something to represent you in like an active way. And this is also comes on toxic part of fandom culture. If you take people like Corpse Husband, who didn't really have that, like he was faceless, he didn't have like a model, he only has like one official art piece of himself, people started digging so much in his personal shit. But if you take like Minecraft YouTubers, they'll have like a character that represents them, and they use like F5 mode to look at themselves. So people have like a representation of the person, so it's like whatever. That's why I think like Minecrafters that do like that, like that's most of Hermitcraft, by the way. I think none of them have face cams in their videos. Some do on the streams, not all of them. Some do show their face elsewhere, but just not in content. But that just having a physical thing, like a visual thing to hold on to with a creator, whether it's like a representation of their IRL self or an OC, opens so many gates for people to be a content creator without hurdles of being completely faceless. And it also it creates a lot of interesting things. Like Minecraft YouTubers have lore, but it's very different than how
Yeah, it's
VTubers
very
have
different.
lore.
Yeah.
Because with Minecraft YouTubers, that lore is like fabricated on the spot and it evolves over time. But what happens in the game, while VTuber lore is pre-written and more presented as like an anime would be, like it's just presenting a story in a way. So like it opens so many creative things that a regular streamer wouldn't be able to unless they jump through a lot of hoops, and then it would just be a rarity rather than something that could happen more often. So no, VTubers were not a mistake. Well, not VTubing was not a mistake. VTuber culture is a mistake. Fucking high
Well, that's what I
schoolers.
asked. Do you think the VTuber community is a mistake?
Well, community, it's not the community. It's just like how we've evolved the culture. But there's a redemption for
Okay.
it. Because it wasn't always this bad. It just got worse, and I think it can get better again.
Okay.
We just need to.
That's a positive outlook on things. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's just all high schoolers, but I also think it's because there are just so many people that aren't internet savvy and don't know how to behave in internet spaces, and especially not as the content creator themselves. Like, there are so many people that are creators that get involved or say things that I'm like, this would have been fine if you're just like a fan or a nobody, but you're the person that people are looking up to. And you kind of have like some responsibility. And I think a lot of VTubers would be a lot more successful if they just shut the fuck up once in a while.
You're not wrong. I could probably take that advice too.
Yeah.
Not probably. I need to take that advice.
Yeah.
There's a couple of streams that I've had to delete the VODs for because I was like, I popped off too hard.
I know how to self-censor because I've been on the internet for way too long, and like I've tried I was like 2014, 2015, I was like popping off on Instagram with like I was semi-Tumblr with new age Instagram type of thing doing. And that was doing very well. So I already knew like, okay, I should probably not post certain things or say certain things. And people are following me for aesthetics, not for my opinion. Then I became a book blogger. Then people wanted my opinion, but just on books and book-related stuff. So I needed to self-censor about other things, but also get involved if the author was being problematic and it went against the things I was preaching. But you need to be calculated about it. And you need to start thinking about what you say. And then I started YouTube, and then you especially need to think about what you say, because you cannot go back to the blog post and reword something. And now I'm more in the regular content creation spheres, as like a more mainstream creator, more than a niche creator. And now I just know, like, if I want to say something, I just DM people.
Yeah.
If I want to discuss something, I DM people. If there's something that goes on and I really don't agree and I want to alert my followers, or it's important that my followers know my stance, I make one tweet that I think about. Or a thread or whatever. Or I retweet a few pieces of people I look up to or respect. To like at least share my stance without digging my own hole. And
Right.
that has gone through a lot of trial and error. But
Right.
yeah, there's an art to shutting the fuck up. And please take that from me. I know I'm not big or very active at this moment, but I've been around for a long time in these spheres. Shutting up can be so good. Just don't get involved. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
I know we all have
Yeah.
opinions, but keep them to the group chat and make sure those chats don't get leaked.
Yeah. That's why I try to avoid drama on this channel, because I'm just like, it has 99% of the time, it has absolutely nothing to do with me. And in the few cases where it I've had situations recently that did involve me.
Mhm.
And I had a couple people pop into chat and they're like, "What's your opinion on this thing?" I'm like, "Go somewhere else."
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah. There's a reason that if I make videos about like quote unquote drama or news, it's usually graduations from big agencies. So whatever I say doesn't have an effect on the situation already happening. And because I'm far enough away from it, I can have a bit more of a level-headed opinion on it. And I can just discuss it instead of being like, oh, this person fucked up, right? There are a few things I would love to go off about, but because I'm a bit closer in circles, stupid to do. Like, there are a bunch of indies that did some questionable stuff recently. Not gonna touch it with a 10-foot pole. I'm discussing it with friends. I've been discussing it at length. I've been discussing it in VCs. You're just not gonna see a public opinion from me. If you want my opinion and we are friends, like, that's a very distinct thing.
right.
Like, if we're friends, or at least friendly and we talk regularly, then you can DM me for that opinion. But you're not gonna
Right.
get it on Twitter. You're not gonna get it in a video, and you're not gonna get it on the stream. And if I'm gonna touch upon it, it's gonna be very surface level. Because I'm not
You know what
stupid, and I don't have a death wish.
You know what I do to satiate that need?
Well, what do you do?
My Twitter drafts are wild.
Oh, I don't even go to Twitter. I just open DM with Universe.
Because
That's much easier.
we gotta stop torturing Unity. I'm gonna do
no.
that from now. I'm gonna start messaging Unity too. But that's not like, do not do that, chat. Anyway.
No, don't bother Universe. Like the same goes for him.
Please
Unless
don't.
you're friends, or you're
Yeah.
friendly enough that you chat regularly, like friendly, and not just like mod duty stuff, then it's different. But if you are like looking at the situation and you're like having some type of hesitation, that most likely means that your DM or question is not wanted. And that's not me trying to be harsh, just me trying to be honest. Because there's a possibility that I will just ignore it. Or anyone else would ignore it. That's the
Exactly. I've had people message me that I'm just like, I'm just not gonna respond to that. Or I just give like the most lukewarm like response because I'm like, I don't want to get involved. But I get the benefit of the weird pseudo therapy that you get from just hammering out a tweet or something about something you're just passionate about on Twitter. But then I just back out of it. Do you want to save the draft? Save. And then it just kind of stays there for a while. And once every 3 months, I go clean it out.
Yeah.
Because I know one day I'm going to end up on some weird game show or something where somebody's like, "You lost, so you have to post a draft from your tweets of our choice." So it's like I make sure to go clean that out. Yeah, because like one day that's gonna happen.
Or Elmo Muskrat is going to do something about, oh, we're gonna make drafts public.
That is actually.
It's
You know
something
what?
I'd see him do because he's also like he wants to remove the block function.
Because people keep blocking him.
Yeah, he's like, I just want to make a stronger mute button instead of a block function. I'm like, those things can exist at the same time.
Yeah, which there is one tweet in my drafts, which I don't mind saying. This one isn't a controversial one. This one was just, I don't want to post this right now. Which was that, do you ever think about it, the fact, this is something, we are early enough in this industry, we have to consider it. This is going to be the last thing I say, and then we're going to do our goodbyes.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at my own drafts if I can find them.
We are so early on in this industry that it's worth thinking way forward. And you have your big established VTubers who are just like, I'm going to be here forever.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to think about, and this is especially relevant considering Peckamama just like appeared. Do you ever think at some point, or do you ever think about the fact that at some point in the future, some established VTuber's kid is going to grow up and debut as a VTuber themselves, starting a true second generation of VTubing?
Oh yeah, that will happen.
Like,
like we literally cannot see it just yet because the VTubing industry is not old enough. But there are definitely people that like started 6 years ago that have kids. Like maybe the kids already were already born when they started, right? Like let's say they were 6 when they started and they're like now 12, right?
Right.
Give it like 6 more years.
Yeah, and they're old enough to really get into this too. And
drafts are
there's
empty.
some. Oh damn! You only post what you really embody the don't put it on unless you really want to say it.
Yeah. Also,
Or you just hit delete a lot. You don't say save. But
I don't save things. I've sometimes I'm typing something like in a reply to someone, and then I realize this is not relevant. This doesn't add anything to the discussion. It's just gonna make people riled up or whatever, or people are gonna see this like, who asked you? And then just delete it because I know it's not relevant. If it's not relevant now, it's not relevant ever. And I've done my fair share of like just angry typing on Twitter. And I've realized, like, yes, it feels good in the moment to just get it all out. But getting that peace of mind to just not even go to Twitter with it, that feels better.
You get instant gratification, but it's not long lasting. It isn't sustainable.
If
Sustainable,
something
that was the word I
happens
was
to
trying to
you,
think of earlier.
if something happens to you and you're angry about it, and your first thought is like, I want to tweet about this, there's already something going wrong there. That's
Bold of you to assume VTubers can handle talking to people IRL, but you're going to be very disappointed to find out I'm married.
yeah, to your butt.
I'm kidding. I just like to trip people up with that because I'm just like, I just say it so casually and they're like, what? I almost was.
To be fair, if I say it with my ex-partner, I could be married now, but there's a reason I am no longer together with him.
Same.
Also, I have no interest in getting married.
Me neither.
I probably would have either said yes to him just because that was expected of me, or broken up with him. So I don't know. I don't think I would have made it to the actual wedding.
Yeah. But anyway, we're doing here in the southern U.S. We have something that we call a Southern goodbye. It is basically when two people are like if they're sitting on the couch talking, one of them's like, okay, well, I need to go. So they both stand up, but they don't move. They're just standing in front of the couch now, and they're just standing there talking. And then if there's somebody's, well, I need to go. So they move out to the porch, and then they keep talking a little bit longer, and they're like, well, I need to hit the road. So they kind of move out to the car, but they're still talking. One of them standing on the porch, one of them's at the car, and they're still talking. And this process takes anywhere between 30 minutes to 3 hours.
This is not just a Southern thing. People here in the Netherlands do the same thing, and it's so annoying.
Yeah, it's just like, but yeah, that's our term for it here is a Southern goodbye, is where it's just like, all right, I need to go, and then it just keeps going. So we're doing that. So I'm actually gonna call it here.
Yeah, good idea.
Thank you everyone for watching today. Is there anything you want to pitch? Is there anything we want to pitch while we are?
I have no idea. It's just someone I can read.
Any upcoming projects?
Oh, Evan is live. No, I don't have. Live, yeah. I don't really. My current plan is just try and stream more, try and make more videos, be an actual creator. So what my bio doesn't lie. That's my plan.
Do you mind if I pitch my thing?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Reminder for my chat, so the NatalieIsNot chat, April 18th, I have a big special event coming up, which I will send you the GIF for if you want to show that.
Ooh.
I've been posting a lot on my Twitter about this.
Oh yeah, I got spoilers, chat.
Yeah. Ezzy has had more than spoilers. Ezzy has seen literally every step of this process. Because they are the unfortunate soul that just keeps getting shown everything 2 seconds after I make it. I'm so sorry.
Oh my god. I swear to god. Fucking OBS. It disappeared again. I used to be able to just drag things from my browser into OBS and it would just make a proxy and it just works. But now I have to download everything. That's not the right thing.
That's right, everybody. April 18th, I'm going to start playing American Truck Simulator. Let's get on the road and deliver this shit, boys.
still my downloads folder. I still have to I have a folder with all logo PNGs of games that Mouse plays more than once, right? So I don't have to look at up everything. But it's still in my downloads folder right next to the thing you just sent me.
That's so funny. And actually, how about an Ezzy stream exclusive? You want that?
Oh yeah, sure.
Uh,
Oh, that was so funny. Oh my god.
that's funny as hell. I'm announcing my trucking job. I'm graduating and becoming a trucker.
Someone gifted me European Truck Simulator or something, or Driving Simulator. I think it was for Christmas or something. It was somewhere last year. It was really sweet, and I haven't played it still because I have not been in like either right mental space or live on Twitch to do that.
Okay, well, I was gonna send you an image, but it has completely disappeared off my computer, which is a little concerning. Uh-oh.
Oops. I also I love this GIF because I know what that blob is.
It's my new outfit.
Yeah, but if you just look at it and you have no context, it just looks like a blob. But I know what I'm looking at.
Yeah. So yeah, basically what the event is I am starting on April 18th and running through April 27th, which is my 1-year anniversary, and also Ezzy's birthday. Again, not intentional.
It's just so funny.
I am the second crappiest birthday gift Ezzy has ever received.
Well, my birthday gift is I was friends with a VTuber that wasn't actually insane.
Okay, fair enough. I'll take that. But yeah, I am having more than a week long event leading up to my anniversary stream. It is going to be a lot.
Oh, we have to accelerate because there's an ad starting in 2 minutes 53 seconds.
Crap. Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to pitch that. Also, again, Mythos HQ, please hire me. Femboy Artemis, just think about what you're missing out on. I don't know. They could be watching your stream. They're scout based.
I think there is a way that might have been passed on to Mythos somewhere during the duration of the stream.
Now I'm panicking. Anyway,
I saw a name somewhere and I was like, yeah.
Oh, please hire me. You don't know what you're missing. You're not gonna miss much, but let's try anyway. But yeah, I will see. I guess we will see you all later. Do we want to double raid?
Yeah, I'm gonna raid Evan.
I guess I will also raid Evan
because I know that most people watching me just like watching him. So I don't know.
Yeah. Also,
if he's ending, I'm gonna kick him. Or is he still building? Oh no, he actually has a setup ready. I'm impressed.
Also, I'm concerned. Did something else? Oh my god, what happened?
I have no idea.
Why is he doing it? We should talk about this.
There will probably either the video's already out or will be out in the next few hours.
I was just like, usually those come up when something big, like.
It can also just be Fuamoko making more chaos in Tokyo for going to a donut bar and posting a picture. That's actually something that happened. But yeah, I'm gonna start the raid and I'm gonna wait until I can press raid and then I'm gonna end. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you everyone for listening. I'm gonna take the VOD offline here because Natalie fucked up.
Sorry.
So
you can bring it back up on April 28th.
Yeah, so if anyone's watching this on YouTube, you might see a really clever way I'm censoring that shit. So
just extend the blur. But anyway, and thank you to my chat.
No, I'm just gonna hide something. Chats. I'm just gonna hide something so people have to go and watch the VOD on YouTube.
Fair enough. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in today. I really hope you enjoyed this. This was a complete like mess that had no plan behind it, but I really hope you enjoyed it. And unfortunately, we didn't really come up with a conclusion for anything. We're just talking our shit.
Yeah,
which is fun on its own.
If you need more context on it, just ask us questions and we can come up with next time. Raid message. VTubers were not a mistake.
Raid message my chat. VTubers were a mistake.
Okay. Bye, chat.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.